special primary coverage on Fox News Channel.
But so far, she's only won the D.C., Washington, D.C. primary. And the prospects of a big win someplace, it's tough to see, but, it depends on who comes out.
Now, as far as her campaign, she has vowed to stay in this race. She hasn't said much, though, about beyond Super Tuesday, correct?
Right. And there's some reporting, and we're trying to dig it out, about whether there are ads or appearances post Super Tuesday. And so far, it seems like there is not a big roadmap of what's happening after Super Tuesday. So I think, that'll be something to watch tonight for her speech whenever it happens throughout the evening.
Yeah, we watched in South Carolina. I watched your coverage that night. Former President Trump went first. He did not in New Hampshire, and he was angry about what she said in New Hampshire, but he went first in South Carolina like minutes after the voting was over there. Do you expect him first, her first? Do you know? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I think he does like the going first thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he gave a speech early. I think everybody's going to be waiting for her speech to see exactly where this is going. I mean, a lot of the messaging she gave in the last speech in South Carolina, obviously her home state, which she lost significantly, was more about keeping going and that America needs a choice, and 70% of the people polled don't want Biden or Trump. I mean, it sounded like a no-labels third-party kind of run, but there's no indication that she's doing that either.
Well, then she shot that down. She said, I'm a Republican. I'm not an independent. She seemed to say that's not going to happen. So if she's right and she sticks by that, would she potentially be like the others, like Tim Scott, Doug Burgum, who dropped out of the race, that finally would endorse the former president? She's been pretty strong, speaking out against him, raising the debt and limiting, doing a lot of things in office. Chaos always follows him.
Yeah, she's definitely sharpened her elbows in recent weeks, and I don't know that an endorsement would be forthcoming. She may, want a spot on the stage and at the convention. You never know what's happening. I don't think she's in the position for a VP pick, at least from Trump world's perspective. And so what happens next, I think, is anybody's ballgame.
But you're a student of history, Brett.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush ran a tough race in 1980. Didn't look like they were going to be a ticket, and they ended up being a ticket.
Right. And that is something that does happen. And she would have the second amount of delegates heading into the convention. So she could make a case. But I don't think Donald Trump is thinking in the way Ronald Reagan is. And everything he says is that VP doesn't matter. Until it does, in case, if he was in a position where he needed something, he could be transactional in that way and decide that he needs that to win. But there's not a sense that he does at this point. At least he's had a couple of good weeks of storylines and polls, and I'm hard-pressed to see how he thinks he'd have to be backed into a corner to take Nikki Haley.
Of course, on Monday, the Supreme Court rules that he is going to be on the Colorado ballot. He's going to be on the Maine ballot. Illinois had also had a decision to remove the Trump name over the 14th Amendment, disqualifying him for leading an insurrection with a Capitol riot, but the justices threw cold water on that whole movement. That was a unanimous decision. Is that what you thought would happen?
I think after listening to the oral arguments that was in the cards, either 8-1 or 9-0. The fact that it was 9-0 is significant. This is across the board the wrong thing for a state to do, and it's only Congress, the ruling says, that could operate on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I expect all of that to be kind of expunged. The Maine, the Illinois, Colorado, all of that will be out of the game. There is another big Supreme Court ruling that will affect the former president's future, and that is this immunity ruling dealing with the January 6th case. Remember, we need we need a flow chart based on all of these different cases, and you've got January 6th, you've got the documents case, let alone of course, the cases in Manhattan.
Yeah, New York, Georgia, too, which is still up in the air as well. But the New York City one starts in a couple of weeks, and that's the first one. That's the one that they expect no delay there, move forward. And if there's a conviction, we're in uncharted territory, correct?
We are. We are in uncharted territory, but there's nothing in the Constitution that says a convicted felon can't run. There's nothing, politically, you wonder how that affects independents and suburban women, but the former president has done a pretty good job of characterizing this as the witch hunt, as he talks about it. And because all of the cases lined up the way they did, it was easy to paint that picture for even independents who overwhelmingly think he may have done something wrong, but that this has a political edge to it.
Of course, on a night like this with so many votes, so many states, you'll be looking for trends. What kinds of things will you watch for?
Well, I think some of the polls that we will take ahead and during, it's not really an exit poll, it's kind of a rolling poll. We have a survey, will tell us a lot about what people are thinking. If it matches what we see about concern about the president's age, about his ability, I think that's where really the vulnerability and the weakness is for President Biden, as well as the issue of immigration. We've seen immigration be the top issue in Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina, and I bet we're going to continue to see that across the board.
Yeah, and of course, there are Democratic primaries on Super Tuesday. President Biden is expected to win. In Michigan, there were 13% of Democrats there that went uncommitted in a protest vote against the president's support for Israel and the war in Gaza. I know there's a call for some to do that again on Tuesday. Do you think that'll be a story as big as it was?
I don't think as big. Michigan has a pretty interesting contingent, obviously, in there, and led by Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. So it's a little bit concentrated in a place like Michigan and Minnesota. But in many of these Super Tuesday states, it's not as concentrated. I think you'll have, some uncommitted vote, but it won't be as big a story as Michigan.
Are we going to hear from the president? I mean, what if he might win all the contests? Will he speak?
I doubt he'll speak. I think, he'll leave his speaking to the State of the Union on Thursday. And, there, I wouldn't be surprised to hear some changes in immigration executive orders. I wouldn't be surprised to hear a State of the Union that is less about the shopping list and more about threat to democracy and kind of laying the groundwork for what he sees the second term being if he was to be elected.
Now, as the speech writers, they're going to be aware that people are going to be watching him. It'll be after 9 o'clock Eastern time. Is he going to be sharp? Is he going to be, does he have to address his age in the State of the Union or not?
I think pretty soon he's going to have to make a pretty direct addressing of that, since it is overwhelmingly popping up in every poll. I'm not sure the State of the Union is the place to do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are some references to that. I think that his campaign speech is probably going to have to address that. And, politically, part of the vulnerability for President Biden is that Vice President Harris's approval numbers are lower than his. And that's a real weakness when you look at someone who maybe people think is too old, who would be next. And that's part of the problem with that ticket.
The big story coming out of Super Tuesday may be a lot of victories for former President Trump. If he does as well as people think, how close is he to securing the number of delegates he would need for the nomination?
Well, 1,215 is what's needed, and it is possible if he runs the gamut that on the 12th he could clinch, if not the 12th, then definitely the 19th. Just looking at the map and how the math works out. Some of these are proportional, some of them are winner take all, and if he does very well, he could be in position to mathematically clinch on the 12th.
Brett Baer, who you can watch, of course, with Special Report with Brett Baer on Fox News Channel, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. He's Fox's chief political anchor, and he'll head the coverage on Super Tuesday on Fox News Channel tonight. Brett, great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
All right, you bet.
Wake up with Kayal Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
What's up? This is Will I Am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know that colon cancer affects the Black community at a higher rate. But there's hope. If you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now, because it's 91% beatable if detected early. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, March 5th. I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown. Today is Super Tuesday. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal with more.
15 states and 1 territory are voting today. The Trump team says they expect an avalanche of delegates to head the former president's way. On Fox News Monday, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley said they just want to be competitive, that even while most of the country does not want to see a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump.
I'm a conservative Republican. I always have been. I always will be. I'm not going to do a third party. That's not anything I'm interested in.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, and I'm Ted Linder on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The Do That Dental Group is the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you too. Do That Dental has over 20 area locations with state-of-the-art facilities, including the latest robotic implant placement technology. The Do That Dental Group has been providing compassionate and pain-free dentistry for over 25 years, is in network with most insurances, and offers easy payment options when you need them. The Do That Dental Group, making dentistry easy. Visit them at PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks started the week on a down note as all of the indices were off Monday. The Dow lost 98, the Nasdaq 67, and the S&P 500 6.
The Dow winners, IBM, Goldman Sachs, and Disney. The Dow decliners, United Health Group, Chevron, and Merck.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Shares of Apple down over 2%. The tech giant fined almost $2 billion by the European Union, which says the iPhone maker set unfair rules for developers of music streaming apps. Today, Target reports earnings prior to the opening, Ross Stores and Nordstrom's after the close. JetBlue and Spirit have called off their merger agreement weeks after a judge ruled the $3.8 billion deal would reduce competition, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell will testify before the House Financial Services and Senate banking committees tomorrow and Thursday when he may shed more light on when the Fed may cut its key interest rate. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's Super Tuesday, and former President Trump leads former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley in polling, but he's also already won several state contests, the latest being Missouri and Idaho, though Haley did notch her first win in the District of Columbia. Most of the states holding contests today either hold open primaries like Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Virginia, and independent or unaffiliated voters get to pick which party ballot they want in Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, and North Carolina. And those voters are who former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is appealing to.
We have some internal numbers that we're looking for, and that's what we're going to focus on. I'm not going to share those today, but our goal is just to be competitive.
But what will she do after Super Tuesday if Trump wins most delegates? She told Fox's Martha McCallum on The Story Monday. 70%
of Americans don't want Donald Trump or Joe Biden. 60% of Americans say they don't want, that they think Donald Trump and Joe Biden are too old. I'm a conservative Republican. I always have been. I always will be. I'm not going to do a third party. That's not anything I'm interested in. But these voices cannot be ignored.
While Trump has appeared to be Republicans' pick thus far, Haley points out, even in the latest Fox News poll, that she again beats Biden more easily and gets independents in a general election. Former President Trump said Monday,
I want to win based on my policies are better. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to get interest rates down. You're going to be able to buy homes again. I mean, you can't buy a home today. The interest rates are so high. I want to win on state borders. I want to stop wars.
He blamed his many legal cases on President Biden.
Fight your fight yourself. Don't use prosecutors and judges to go after your opponent, to try and damage your opponent so you can win an election.
The Biden campaign issued a statement after Trump spoke titled, Statement on Trump's Unhinged Ramblings at His Country Club. Trump did speak from Mar-a-Lago after a legal victory. The Supreme Court unanimously agreed that states cannot keep Trump off the Colorado ballot. The state Supreme Court had found he'd engaged in an insurrection and should be barred from the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. But the U.S. Supreme Court found the Constitution makes Congress, rather than the states, responsible for enforcing that against federal office holders and candidates.
This was a huge win for President Trump and for our campaign.
Caroline Levitt is the Trump campaign's 2024 National Press Secretary.
But most importantly for our great country, the Supreme Court was unified in their 9-0 decision that partisan judges from one single state cannot determine who millions of Americans in the rest of the states get to vote for. And so while the Supreme Court justices were unified in their decision on this ballot election interference case, President Trump will remain focused on unifying the American people to make this country great again, to secure our southern border, to rebuild our economy and our military, to end the wars that have began under Joe Biden's leadership. And as President Trump exemplified in his press conference yesterday after the ruling, he said that Joe Biden needs to stop using political lawfare to win this electoral battle. Let's win it on the issues that matter to American people. That is the border and our economy and these wars overseas.
Carolyn, there are a lot of delegates up for grabs today, but there will still be some work to do after Super Tuesday, right? You need 1,215 to clinch the nomination. There are a little over 870 delegates, I believe, up for grabs today. So he'll be well on his way, but most of these states are not, I don't think any of the states are winner take all, right? So there will still be, unless you get over 50%, I think in California or in some states. But so what is the plan? Just to keep on keeping on after Super Tuesday and continue doing what he's been doing, or is there a shift?
Well, Super Tuesday is going to be a delegate avalanche for President Trump. We are expecting that this will be a pivotal day that brings him very close to achieving the necessary delegates to be the official nominee. Based on our polling, our most conservative estimate of receiving the necessary delegates required is March 12th. And so we are just about a week away from the president officially becoming the Republican Party's nominee. And we're very excited about that. We're going to continue doing exactly what we have been, which is focusing on the general election in Joe Biden, painting a very clear contrast between life in Joe Biden's America and life in President Trump's America. And when voters think about whether they were better off 4 years ago under Donald Trump or today under Joe Biden, there's a very clear answer. Under President Trump, our border was secure. He was the first president in the modern era not to get us into new wars. Unemployment, interest rates, mortgage rates were all a record low under his leadership. And we've seen all of that change drastically in the last 3.5 years under Joe Biden. And that's why Joe Biden is the weakest president in American history based on recent polling that shows that he is trailing President Trump. So we feel as though we have the momentum coming out of Super Tuesday, and we're well on our way to President Trump being named the official party nominee, and we're going to keep fighting around the clock to paint that contrast to the American voter.
Okay, so Nikki Haley is still standing. She says she's the alternative, and you know this, she says Trump will be wrapped up in court this year, and that's partly why she's still in this. What is the campaign's response to that? Because it sounds like she's saying, look, we don't know what will happen with Donald Trump, but I'll be here with the second most delegates. And it sounds like she thinks that will count for something.
Well, that's wishful thinking on Nikki Haley's behalf. That must be the Democrat donors who are contributing to her campaign, whispering sweet nothings into her ear that are never going to come to fruition. President Trump has the truth on his side, and we're seeing the truth slowly but surely being revealed in all of these Biden-led witch hunts against the former president. The president has the best legal team in the business. They are working around the clock to fight each and every one of these cases. We are winning, as proven once again by the Supreme Court's major 9-0 victory against the election interference cases, which are now dead because of the Supreme Court's ruling. And we'll continue to tackle these cases one day at a time, while the president simultaneously makes his pitch to voters and is out on the campaign trail far more than Joe Biden. President Trump gives speeches every week in states across this country in front of thousands and thousands of people, while Joe Biden can hardly read off of a teleprompter. So he'll continue to work hard and outreach to as many voters as he possibly can. And the Democrats want him in a courtroom, but that's not going to stop him.
You know, speaking of making his pitch, the latest Fox News poll shows that Nikki Haley does fare better than Trump against Biden, getting 50% to Biden's 42%. It's like an 8-point lead. And with independents, she's ahead of Biden by 15 points, but Biden is ahead of Trump by 8 points with independents. What is the former president going to do to make the case to independents as he moves through the year?
Well, there's several polls, far more, that actually show President Trump beating Joe Biden with independents. There's many polls that show President Trump winning over Hispanic voters, which no Republican candidate at this stage in the race has ever done. There's also significant polling that shows President Trump winning a historic margin of African-American voters, more so than any other Republican candidate ever. And that's an earth-shattering number in itself for the Democrat Party and for Joe Biden's electoral chances. Joe Biden does not have a base. And Nikki Haley doesn't have a base either. So she should focus on winning voters within her own party before she even talks about a general election. But Joe Biden's base has completely abandoned him. 70% of Democrats wish that they had another option. 60% of Democrats don't think Joe Biden has the mental or physical stamina to be president for another 4 years, while President Trump's base of Republicans has never been more fired up or enthusiastic about his candidacy and ready to vote for him. We've seen that proven in his massive electoral victories throughout this primary, everywhere from Iowa to Nevada to Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina. You can't win without your base. You can't win without enthusiasm. President Trump has enthusiasm. Joe Biden does not. And when it comes to independence, our message is very clear. Again, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Any rational, logical American, which most independents are, will think to themselves and think, no, absolutely not. And we're very confident that will be a winning message on November the 5th.
Former President Trump has said that President Biden, as you already noted, would do better if he stopped these prosecutions against him, that the prosecutions only seem to strengthen Trump. But there is some polling that indicates a big chunk of people, including Republicans, would not vote for someone who's convicted of a felony. Is that on the minds of the campaign?
No, what's on our mind is fighting these legal witch hunts that are led by the Biden White House and the Biden campaign. What's on our mind is making sure President Trump can be out on the campaign trail as much as possible, speaking directly to voters, because that's where he wins voters over, something Joe Biden himself cannot do. And so, again, we will continue to have our legal team fight all of these cases, expose the truth about them, and we will continue to ensure President Trump is making his message and pitch to voters very clear.
Okay, finally, there is a world of time, as you know, between now and November, but a lot can happen, right? And the economy is the big issue, other than the border. This latest Fox News poll has 26% saying the economy is good or fair. I know that's very low, but it's actually better than it has been in 2 years. So it's climbing, it's going up, even though it's still obviously very low. If the economy slowly but surely, gets better, or people even just perceive it is, how does the campaign navigate that? I mean, that will be good for Biden. The president is not, former President Trump is not going to want to root for, a bad economy. So how do you all, navigate that?
Voters won't forget what has happened to them over the past 3.5 years. The highest inflation in a generation has rocked American households across this country, robbing them of $20,000 every single year, $20,000 more just to have the same quality of life that they had a few years ago. 70% of Americans say that they are getting behind, they're falling behind, they're not getting ahead. And so, sure, if inflation comes down, gas prices come down, that doesn't mean that people are still not suffering from the catastrophic impact that the record high inflation that we've had and the record high gas prices has had on their pocketbooks and their households. Buying a home and affording a family is the American dream. And just in 3 short years under Joe Biden, that dream has become completely unattainable for so many. And you compare that to the booming economy that we had, especially pre-pandemic, where unemployment was a record low, jobs were returning back home from overseas because small businesses and even large companies in this country felt as though they had the bandwidth to hire people because they were making more money. And so the confidence in our economy under President Trump was highest ever. Under Joe Biden, it's lowest ever. And there's no way that Joe Biden will be able to make up ground on this very important issue.
Caroline Levitt, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Business owners own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335. Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. 5 people killed when their small plane crashed near I-40 near Nashville on Monday night. Speaking about the crash, Nashville police spokesman Don Aaron saying the NTSB and the FAA are investigating.
At approximately 7:40 this evening, the control tower at John Tune Airport received a message from an aircraft saying that they were experiencing engine and power failure and needed emergency approval to land.
No drivers on the road or anyone on the ground were hurt. And today is Super Tuesday. A new Fox News poll shows what's on many voters' minds as several states hold their primaries.
The economy still at the top of concerns. Immigration comes next, followed by the abortion debate. President Biden losing on the first 2 in the polls and believes he wins on the third.
Fox's Ed Lawrence. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce announced his retirement after 13 seasons. Kelce was selected to 7 Pro Bowls. He was also a Super Bowl champion. The Denver Broncos will next week release quarterback Russell Wilson after 2 seasons. Wilson went just 11-19 as Denver's starting QB. The New Jersey Devils fired head coach Lindy Ruff. Assistant Travis Green takes over on an interim basis. The Philadelphia Phillies reach agreement on a 3-year contract extension with pitcher Zach Wheeler, a $126 million deal, and Josh Donaldson retired after 13 Major League seasons. Donaldson was the American League Most Valuable Player in 2015. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I'm curious how Norby Williamson still has a job at this point, because Norby Williamson getting called out again by Pat McAfee as basically someone who does nothing but causes trouble for him and has such disrespect for Pat McAfee that before he was even at ESPN, he made him sit for 45 minutes and wouldn't meet with him, and also does not have the courage or backbone to pick up the phone and call McAfee after he calls him a rat on his show. That's the type of game they play. But hosts remember that. They don't exactly roll out the red carpet for him with Williamson, and Williamson continues to F with him on the show, continues to leak reports about bad ratings or about different things going on, and McAfee's well-connected enough. He just called Jimmy Pitaro, the ESPN CEO, Jim Pitaro. That shows you how well-connected he is at ESPN. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Are you ready to take that big step towards owning your dream home? At American Heritage Credit Union, we've got your back every step of the way. Our team specializes in helping buyers navigate the exciting journey of home ownership. From finding the perfect place to securing the best mortgage rates, we've got you covered. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection today and turn that dream into reality. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 433838.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially during natural disasters. But pets need forever homes too. Adopting a shelter pet enriches the lives of one's family and allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work, including their efforts to rescue animals in need, certify the humane treatment of farm animals, help ensure the safety of animals on the silver screen, and protect our planet's amazing endangered species at AmericanHumane.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Baseball is better with friends. Bring your team to see our team. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to snag your seats today. There's a little something for everyone when it comes to theme nights at Citizens Bank Park. Enjoy ticket discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit Phillies.com/theme nights to view the 2024 schedule and purchase tickets today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text SLASH to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text SLASH to 321321. That's SLASH to 321321.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com. methcode.com.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, March 5th, Super Tuesday. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. We are absolutely loaded today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory.
The shotgun has started for 2024.
The race is underway?
The race is underway. This week is like between Super Tuesday and State of the Union.
Is it too early to call? At 6:01.
Yeah.
But we will play out the charade and the facade that is the Republican primary. Donald Trump leading 273-43. But Nikki Haley is going to continue fighting the good fight. At least that's what she claims. Hey, she got D.C., though. You know.
Yeah, she got one.
She got one.
She got the crown of Swamp Queen.
Trump got North Dakota last night in the caucus. There you go.
Do you think she'll get anything in Super Tuesday?
Nope.
I went through all 13 states that are having primaries and the 2 that are having caucuses. It probably is going to be a clean sweep 15-0. I don't see... I mean, can she win California? Is that a thing? I don't think so.
At what point, like, she's like the Bad News Bears. At what point does she just give up?
Bears.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, A for effort.
Yes.
Not even, really.
Yeah. Yeah, we give her a B+ for effort, and after that, that's pretty much it. We are loaded today. We will get you set with everything you need to know for Super Tuesday, a little primary primer. Trump's big win with the Supreme Court of the United States. Joe's got an age, race, and gender problem, surprisingly. And also today...
Never loot again, stay out of trouble, never go to jail.
Meatball goes on trial.
Oh, my, I didn't even know who that was.
Yeah,
wow.
Meatball.
Must eat.
Will she take the stand, and will she get the meat sweats? We will find out. And speaking of the sweats, did Doritos not pay attention to what happened in the last calendar year?
Oh, no.
That's all I'm going to say for now.
Oh, no.
But we will get to that.
Doritos.
Yeah, Doritos. They're in the news. Not in a good way. All right, we got all that plus the cut sheet this morning. And also, Adam Fisher is the first-year head coach of Temple basketball, which you can hear right here on 1210 WPHT. So he's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. Not really to talk basketball per se, because most of you don't care about that, but we've all had somebody affected in our lives by cancer. And you have the Coaches in Cancer event coming up, so we will talk about that as he is involved with the other city coaches for a very, very good deed and a good endeavor. So looking forward to that for a couple of minutes this morning. As he's a local guy, Bucks County.
Yep.
I believe as a Penn State grad.
Absolutely.
And to my knowledge, the same age as I am because he's an 06 grad. So I'm looking forward to chatting with him for a couple of minutes this morning. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Dawn Stenzelin around number 1 at 6:04.
And good morning on this rainy 44-degree Tuesday, March 5th, Super Tuesday. So we'll talk about all of the politics around the nation and the big announcement that came right at 10 a.m. yesterday morning from the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Locally in Philadelphia, police investigating, saying a teenager is dead, 4 others injured after gunfire rang out at this, again, at a SEPTA bus stop in Philadelphia's Ogons neighborhood yesterday. Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel saying that 2 gunmen walked up, just started firing on the block. And this was after school, around 3:30-ish, between 3:30 and 3:45 p.m. Philadelphia police providing an update on that deadly shooting. It's a 17-year-old boy was struck and killed by that gunfire. And so they say that it appears this individual was indeed targeted, but just a real tragedy. There were others around there. So 2 women, one of them 71 years old, another 49 years old. They were shot. It's just really tragic when you think about all these different individuals taking in gunfire here. So they're investigating this morning, obviously, as they talk about this shooting. 1 teen dead, 4 others injured, and many of them hospitalized. We also have an update on that pregnant Amish woman who was murdered in her rural Pennsylvania home. She was found lying in a pool of blood with her throat cut.
Jeez.
So we're learning these new details, and I've been updating this for you, that the woman who did try to call 911, she called and she had tried to get a hold of her husband, Andy. He had just returned to their home in Sparta Township, found his wife, Rebecca Byler, 6+ months pregnant, lying on her back in this pool of blood in their living room. Their 2 younger children, so she was pregnant with their 3rd child. So they had 2 young children who were not harmed.
Is anybody opposed to, once we find that suspect, that person getting the same treatment that poor pregnant woman had to deal with?
I always say that. Eye for an
Yeah,
eye.
you're right.
Let's do this.
I mean, you slashed the throat of a pregnant woman,
Well,
you scumbag.
Her throat was cut. She also had some kind of a scalping type wound.
Wow.
As if he was trying to scalp her on her head.
Man.
So the man they've arrested is 52, identified by police, and this is Pennsylvania State Police, 52-year-old Sean Cranston from Corey, Pennsylvania, facing these charges, including criminal homicide. Not only criminal homicide of Rebecca Byler, but as well her baby, who could have, what they're saying is she was, in her 3rd trimester, and there's the baby could have survived if, in another situation. Mm-hmm. So this is a criminal homicide, a murder of 2 people because, she was so far along. I mean, it's just horrifying. Burglary, criminal trespass. The motive is still unclear. I had reported yesterday that there were family members of the suspect who said that he went to the home because the home was previously owned by another Amish couple who had adopted Cranston's grandson, and that it's a horrible case of mistaken identity.
Wow.
That's one of the theories of a Cranston family. It's just a horrifying story. It's making international news right now. So we just wanted to update that for you. And we also have an update on that Pennsylvania State Trooper that we talked a whole lot about yesterday in that case, where he had stopped an executive in the office of heading the LGBTQ plus affairs of the Mayor Sherrell Parker administration. We're now told that the Pennsylvania State Police Trooper is on administrative leave.
That's relatively a standard protocol, I believe.
Yes.
It is. It's standard operating procedures. And so there's a lot of I know yesterday I was talking to a lot of folks in law enforcement, hoping that he's not thrown under the bus for this.
Mm-hmm.
As by all accounts, he went by the book, is what they're saying. He followed protocol. And we're just following it for you as well. Wanted to update. And of course, yesterday, we had Donald J. Trump holding the news conference. And then right after that, our beloved Philadelphia Eagle, Jason Kelce.
God, what a performance that was.
Oh, my gosh. Announcing that he's hanging up his cleats for good. He loves Philadelphia. Very tearful. It went on for, 45 minutes as he just talked about his love for Philadelphia. And he and, Kylie, they have a relatively large property. They've bought up a lot of different lots, if you will, in Delco. And so they're not going anywhere. But that announcement getting huge reaction.
Yeah, I've probably seen too many retirement press conferences for my own good in my lifetime, in my past profession. That might have been the best retirement speech I've ever seen, but it perfectly exemplifies what he's about, what he stands for. Yeah. And he you know what he is? He's proof that it's not hard to make it in this town. Like, there's a few things that, like, the sports fan in this town asks of its professional athlete. It's just wear your emotions on your sleeve, want it as much as we do, and go out there and perform at the highest level. And he did it. Like, some of these people are like, oh, Philly's a tough place to play. It's really not. It's honestly not.
Well, he made it look easy.
He did.
I will always love them for the fact that they go to the autism walk that was started by my nephew and niece in Seattle City.
By the way, a few months ago when we had the discussion of the most beloved Philly athlete of all time, and I said it was Jason Kelce.
Yep.
I did too.
I look like a genius right now.
You do. And you actually faced pushback from me. I said maybe Eagle, but probably not all time in the city.
Nope.
It's hard to say no to that now.
It's hard to say no to
It really is.
Everybody loves Jason Kelce right now.
And it's not like we have a lot of championships in the city to pick from.
Yeah.
And he gave us one of them.
Yep.
And I do have news from our great autism walk in Seattle City. They've just announced they did raise more than $100,000.
Wow, that's nice.
So it started for my niece and nephew, Mikey and Karamia.
Awesome.
So the
That's great work.
So thank you. The Kelce's participate in that every single year.
Yeah.
Well, we wish we had down the shore weather for sure because it is rainy. A lot of spin outs. I will warn you, there's a spin out on 95. There's another backup on 76. So a lot of spin outs this morning. If you're just heading out, be safe. I believe in some areas they're even putting some speed restrictions out for 45 miles an hour because of the spin outs, the accidents that are going on. So showers this morning becoming a steady light rain during the afternoon hours. Not a pretty day, Philadelphia and beyond. So 50 degrees for your high today. Tomorrow we warm up to 55 degrees and much of the same. 55 degrees, rainy, cloudy. Thursday, 54 degrees, rainy and cloudy. Sorry. And then Friday, finally, we get a break. 60 degrees for your Friday. The sun does come out, thank goodness. But enjoy it on Friday because I'm sorry to tell you, Saturday and Sunday, the rain returns. Saturday, 50, Sunday, 54. So rainy all but Friday. So get ready for it. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. SCOTUS smackdown when the highest court in the land rules unanimously. You take notice, right? That is exactly what happened almost instantly after Kayal and Company got off the air yesterday at 10 o'clock. The Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor of Donald Trump 9-zip and sent a direct message to Colorado and every other state in America. The voters determine who should become president, and the voters have the power to reject you at the ballot box. States do not. That means you, Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Minnesota, Michigan, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and Illinois. All of these blue states, you have no authority to remove Donald Trump. We, the people, do. And I said from day one that this was a losing endeavor by these states. If Merrick Garland and the Biden DOJ could have charged Donald Trump with insurrection, they would have. I never understood why these states would look so foolish and try to cite the insurrection clause of the United States Constitution. This is a major win for democracy. This is also another loss for the far left and their obsession of removing Donald Trump from the political equation. Here was legal scholar Jonathan Turley breaking down the monumental ruling on Fox News. Listen and watch this.
Now, the most practical result of this is that the voters will be able to vote for the candidate that they prefer. This was a critical moment for this court in history. After all of the years we have spent in this republic, we came to a point where these states claimed that they could unilaterally bar the leading presidential candidate from ballots to prevent people from voting for Donald Trump. The court here spoke with a strong, and it appears unanimous voice, at least on the result, that that's not going to happen, that voters will vote. They'll make their own verdict.
9-zip, SCOTUS justices appointed by Trump and Biden, left and right, liberal and conservative, all told the states that this absurdity ends here at the court of last resort. In America, you don't get to be an activist dressed up in a robe, have a blatant disregard for the rule of law, the Constitution, legal precedent, and legal interpretation to achieve your desired slanted and tainted political views. That's in part why we have checks and balances in this country. This was election interference, in my opinion, and the Supreme Court was having no part of it. After SCOTUS ruled in Trump's favor, the 45th president had this to say about the incumbent. Listen and watch this.
President Biden, number one, stop weaponization. Fight your fight yourself. Don't use prosecutors and judges to go after your opponent, to try and damage your opponent so you can win an election. Our country is much bigger than that.
Geez, what a novel concept. Trump would also go on to say the following, quote, "This is a great win for America. Very, very important." Trump continued by saying, quote, "Equally important for our country will be the decision that they will soon make on immunity for a president, without which the presidency would be relegated to nothing more than a ceremonial position, which is far from what the founders intended," end quote. So how is Colorado taking this defeat? Here's Democrat Secretary of State Jenna Griswold's reaction to her failed efforts to deny 74 million plus Americans their chance to have their voices heard at the ballot box this November. Listen and watch.
My larger reaction is disappointment. I do believe that states should be able, under our Constitution, to bar oath-breaking insurrectionists. And ultimately, this decision leaves open the door for Congress to act to pass authorizing legislation. But we know that Congress is a nearly non-functioning body. So ultimately, it will be up to the American voters to save our democracy in November.
Insurrectionist, of course, never charged with it, certainly never convicted of it. Boy, she's got it bad, doesn't she? What a sick pup. Currently, no vaccine from Pfizer for Trump derangement syndrome, is there? I don't think so. If so, she'd be first in line. I guess voters will just have to save democracy, you know, the same one that she tried to take away from you. And how about this from the Department of, I didn't see this one coming, The View. 3 co-hosts, all in agreement with SCOTUS in regards to their ruling on Donald Trump. Whoopi, Sonny, and Anna. Oh my. Listen and watch this.
Come back. You know, the thing that bothers me about this, and I know it's probably the right decision, but I don't like that normalized this man. Yeah. It has really irritated the poo out of me. Yeah. That we have normalized him and his bad behavior. I get that the law says, listen, it would be really rough and it should be the Congress that makes these decisions. And yet that's not how we've been acting. We keep saying states' laws, we keep giving people the right to make these changes, and then they make a change and they say, well, we don't want this, and everybody says, well, no, of course we shouldn't want this. But the problem is, why have we normalized it? Why is this now normal behavior?
I think it's just so Donald Trump centric, this normalization of bad behavior, and it didn't just start now, right? When Republicans, including evangelical Republicans, voted for a guy.
Oh, man, Anna's not too happy about that. Maybe there's hope for the Middle East, though, after all. Cats and dogs, Democrats and Republicans all getting along. So if you're keeping track financially, prosecutors and judges have had success against Trump when it comes to financial punishments and in civil court, and we're referring to E. Jean Carroll and Letitia James. Even though there's a lot of murky stuff going on with those cases and the historic nature of the rulings, no victims, repaid loans in full, on and on and on we go. In Fulton County, Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade were lovers, taking lavish trips and using taxpayer dollars to go after Donald Trump. And up next is Alvin Bragg and the hush money case in New York in 20 days, which nobody really cares about because, well, it's $130,000. The January 6th case likely never gets completed before the election and is on hold. And the immunity case and classified documents case is still TBD. 4 indictments, 91 charges, politically motivated, all in an attempt to shut down the guy that you claim you defeated legitimately in 2020. A guy who has gone from 62 million votes in 2016 to 74 million in 2020 to God only knows how many after this persecution in 2024. Can Trump get to 76 million votes? 80 million votes? 84? Is that out of the equation? Ultimately, 270 in the Electoral College is all that matters, but you could expect and maybe anticipate a rise in overall raw numbers for Donald Trump this November. And if you are looking at the establishment's efforts to remove Trump from the political arena on almost the 1-year anniversary of when this all started, you'd have to say that they have come up incredibly small in what they thought, presumably, would be a slam dunk. Still plenty of time to go, and things could change. But at this moment in time, Trump remains Teflon Don. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community, you can certainly do so. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. The big take brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Discover the versatility and luxury of the Mercedes-Benz lineup from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With over 500 new vehicles to choose from and special offers available, now is the time to find yours. We'll come back, get thoughts and reaction from everybody on what happened with Trump yesterday, and then we'll also get you set for today with Super Tuesday, a little primary preview, and we'll do that next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm taking the Brooklyn Nets tonight against the 76ers, plus 2.5 for that game. Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 if your bet wins. You can bet on everything from quick bets, live, same-game parlays. So if you're watching the game tonight at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Time, you can make same-game parlays as they're happening live during the game, exclusive prop bets, and so much more. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg is how you sign up. Sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is important news. If you have unfiled tax returns, the IRS is shifting gears and ramping up investigations on non-filers this year. If you fail to file your tax returns for a year or more, or you owe back taxes, now's the time to call Optima Tax Relief before the IRS finds you. Optima is America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm, specialized in helping individuals, families, and businesses get right with the IRS. They're experts in the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, a powerful new program that can make resolving tax issues easier. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, Optima's award-winning team has helped thousands of people protect their paychecks, bank accounts, homes, and businesses by putting their tax problems to rest, resolving over $1 billion in tax debts for their clients. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just going to love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope. Sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of consumer cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Before your spa treatment.
That's mine. Stop it. Give it back. Leave me alone. Give it to me. You just broke
it. This is your home after your spa. Any questions?
Stop it.
Half price hot tubs. Hot tubs, swim spas, and outdoor furniture at the best prices. See us at halfpricehottubs.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Stop chasing that rainbow. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. From March 14th through April 2nd, all tires are on sale. Plus, get an extra savings of $80 on all Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. That's $120 in savings on all Michelin tires. You don't even need to wear green. So skip or drive in a St. Patrick's Day savings at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Oh, yes. 6:27. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on this Tuesday morning. What a day it was yesterday. What a day it'll be today. Thursday's going to be great. We have so much to get to. Never a dull moment as we welcome you back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, you can certainly do so. Well, I tell you what, I think most people arrived at the conclusion fairly early on in this process that this was going to be shot down by the Supreme Court of the United States. I think we were in agreement yesterday, probably 8-1, if not 9-zip, maybe 7-2, but it was unanimous. And usually, historically speaking, the Supreme Court of the United States does not rule in favor of one side or the other 9-zip. It's not a complete rarity, but that's not the norm. And there were some people that were having their little conniptions and throwing a temper tantrum and a fit and having a meltdown on social media yesterday. None bigger than probably the man most synonymous, I think, for shifting MSNBC to the direction it has turned to, and that was the pathetic Keith Olbermann, who felt the need yesterday after this ruling came down. He tweeted at 10:20 a.m., "The Supreme Court has betrayed democracy. Its members, including Jackson, Kagan, and Sotomayor, have proved themselves inept at reading comprehension, and collectively the court has shown itself to be corrupt and illegitimate. It must be dissolved," as you see the tweet on YouTube right now. By the way, all the stories always break right in time for the Dawn Show. I'm starting to become incredibly jealous over here. I got to be honest. I remember when I was doing sports and I was doing middays, everything would break at like 1:50 p.m. before our afternoon show would come on.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, oh, great, I got to wait. I just, trudged along for 4 hours making up, stupid lists and Mount Rushmores. And here comes breaking news for the afternoon guy. And it fell right in your lap yesterday. Dawn, what was your thoughts and reaction? Because I'm sure you were breaking it down live.
Yeah, because they posted, so I had the site up because they posted it right at 10:00, and
you were jumping right into an interview, right?
And so I usually don't do interviews till like 10:06 because to your point, we have so much breaking news right at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
So I went right into it, and what I didn't have time, because it's 13 pages, so what I didn't have time to notice was, although I reported the fact that you did have the dissenting opinions, but that the observation, later was, oh, that's interesting that the women all kind of, circled around a certain, dissenting opinions as far as, did this go too far? Are we seeing, I don't know, a little women's movement on the court? Amy Coney Barrett, I am a fan of hers. I read everything about her. I love her.
Yep.
And I was so glad that she was put on the court. But I was a little more interested to find out why she agreed with her more, liberal, let's say, Sotomayor, Kagan. Obviously, Ketanji Brown, Jackson, they're much more liberal-leaning justices, and yet they all had some agreement there. So I thought that was fascinating.
Yes. Speaking of Justice Amy Barrett, she said her opinion. I join parts 1 and 2-B of the court's opinion. I agree that states lack the power to enforce Section 3 against presidential candidates. That principle is sufficient to resolve this case, and I would decide no more than that. This suit was brought by Colorado voters under state law in state court. It does not require us to address the complicated question whether federal legislation is the exclusive vehicle through which Section 3 can be enforced. The majority's choice of a different path leaves the remaining justices with a choice of how to respond. In my judgment, this is not the time to amplify disagreement with stridency. The court has settled a politically charged issue in the volatile season of a presidential election, particularly in the circumstance writings on the court should turn the national temperature down, not up. For present purposes, our differences are far less important than our unanimity. All 9 justices agree on the outcome of this case. That is the message Americans should take home. And I think what's significant about this is another precedent has been established. Individual states do not have the right nor the power to examine the 14th Amendment, Section 3, and interpret how they deem fit. This is relegated to Congress, the House, not the states. And I think it would be an awful precedent. And let me just say this, not only an awful precedent for Democrats doing this to their top political rival on the Republican side of the aisle, this would be a terrible precedent if it was reversed, if a Republican was trying to do this to a Democrat. And you hear the old adage, what comes around goes around. If this is going to be the game the Democrats play, I don't want to see Republicans stoop to that level, but if they did, it would be, kind of somewhat justice because, hey, you started this. Now, I never want this to happen. I don't want any Democrat removed from a state ballot in a red state because I want voters to determine who wins elections. I want it simple. And we've talked about how do we fix elections, identification, verification, paper ballots, same-day voting, tabulate everything, get the results, announce the winners. I don't want the courts involved with this. And I think the Supreme Court of the United States, in a very eloquent way, said, look, this is a very contentious election season, and we're not going to throw gas on the fire. Take this elsewhere. And I think that was one of the big takeaways from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg.
No, go.
As far as Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, she wrote her own opinion. But I know that Trump was praising the court, but Trump ended notably by talking about, having immunity. And that is the next question. And I have a feeling that Trump may not be as happy
right
if that question goes to the court. So for all of those pundits like the idiot Oberman and all of those people, I think this court, whether it's Roe v. Wade, whatever the decision, this court is looking at the Constitution. Now, some of these are more vague, but I think it's a states' rights court when appropriate. I think it's a court that looks at the law. I'm thrilled that all 9 of them voted this way, that it's not split. And on one hand, I will say the opinion written by Amy Coney Barrett, and I don't want to get too much into the weeds because we're geeks and we love this stuff, but I do think that they have to be careful when she talks about, turning the temperature down, and that's not their job. Do your job, stay in your lane. Don't worry about politics. You're on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. You have a lifetime appointment.
Yep.
Do your job, stay in your lane. Don't think about politics. Don't worry about, I know that we're all human beings and they're human beings. Don't talk about it. Don't worry about it. Don't write about it. Just do your job, analyze the law, and stay in that lane because it's too important.
I agree. 855-839-1210, and we'll get to Super Tuesday here in just a moment. But the last thing I would say on what happened yesterday, and I'm not going to sit here and relitigate 2020. I don't feel like doing that on the radio. I don't do that on Twitter because there's nothing you can undo about anything that happened in the calendar year of 2020 or the first 6 days of 2021. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, all Republicans want, all Trump supporters want, all MAGA wants is 2 things. 1, to know we have election integrity, and 2, to stop having the political and persecution and the prosecution of their guy, their candidate. If Joe Biden legitimately beats Donald Trump in 2024, I think we could all accept that. We won't be happy about it. We'll wonder, how the hell is that possible after what we lived through for the last 4 years? But if it's all on the up and up and there's no states getting involved in, hey, I'm going to try to interpret the insurrection clause, Section 3, Article 14, on blah, blah, blah. And that's the thing that always, from the jump, bothered me about this. I mean, think about Merrick Garland and think about the way they've gone after Trump in a coordinated way. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the first case to drop, which was Alvin Bragg, March of 2023. And just the way everything fell in line timeline-wise, it's felt very coordinated. So they have it out for Trump. I say they, the DOJ, these attorney generals, these prosecutors, they all want to be a part of the party, and not talking about a political party, but in a way I am. But they all want to be a part of the club that says, yeah, I got my little pound of flesh of Trump. So if Merrick Garland could have charged Donald Trump with insurrection, don't you think he would have? I mean, that would have been the dagger to Trump. But even he couldn't charge because there was not enough evidence that they could sit there and say, you know what, we have enough reasonable belief that we can go forward with the indictment and the charges. So the fact that states took it upon themselves, and most recently, Illinois looks incredibly stupid. They jumped into this party right before the SCOTUS ruling on Colorado. So I just thought all in all that this was nothing more than a political venture, but it's kind of backfired because A, Trump won the ruling unanimously, and B, every time they go after the guy, the numbers keep going up. So it's so far to date, and they still might get him convicted on something. There's still a lot of cases to go before the election or after. But right now, I would say collectively, they've kind of underachieved in their ambitions.
Anybody with any sort of intelligence in anything knew that this was going to be. I mean, the 3 of us are not Supreme Court scholars, and we looked at this, and all 3 of us were in unanimous agreement that this is either going to be a unanimous decision or it's going to be 8-1 or whatever. So people like Lawrence Tribe and all these constitutional scholars that cable news trots out every day. It says, well, this is going to be big. We could see this could be, game changing and this, that. Like, nobody seriously thought that, which means he's either an idiot or he's saying what he thinks the viewers want to hear.
He's playing to his audience.
He's playing to the audience. And that, I think, is so, I said yesterday about how all these guys and gals are scam artists, and that shows me just how much, because anybody with any sort of credibility, whether you're on the left or right, looks at this and be like, well, there's no way the Supreme Court is going to uphold this.
Right.
Zero chance.
But you know what? I think, honestly, there are some people who are very bright individuals who are so far in their bubble.
Yeah.
I think
Agreed.
For
yep.
us, every day we have, because of our jobs, we have to read everything, but we have to look at everything. So we're looking at what the left is saying, what the far right, what the middle, you know what I mean? So that does give you some perspective. We also have lives and kids and, you know what I mean? More of a regular life. Some of these people, they're driven, you know, there's a car in front of their apartment or wherever they live, their home. They're driven someplace. They go into hair and makeup. They do their thing, and then they come out. They live in this bubble.
Mm-hmm.
They're not out in public. They're just not grounded anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they are in a fantasy world.
Yeah.
And, you know, they only view things through one lens. And you probably nobody's holding them accountable, especially for being wrong. And I'm not saying the media has to be right. It's never really been the goal, I think, of the media to be right. No matter what walk of life I have been in, I was never told you need to be right with your opinions or your predictions or your projections.
Really?
Yeah. No, never. What am I hearing, by the way? Is that somebody have like a microphone on that sounds like a drill?
No,
or is that elsewhere? Okay. I'm
Somebody's-
hearing something through my ear. I didn't know if that was one of us.
construction.
Okay. Sorry about that. So, yeah. No, I mean, like, there's these, especially these constitutional, and you know, Jonathan Turley is a guy that I lean on a lot that I think is very, very good. And he is, you know, he's one of the brightest guys out there. George Washington, legal scholar. You know, so you have a lot of these individuals out there that I think ultimately get so caught up in their own personal feelings that they become tainted on their objectivity. So I think you saw a lot of that yesterday, and you'll continue to see things like that as we move forward.
But we're going to play montages coming up at 7:45 of like the media just melting down over this. And my question for them is, okay, so you're pumping up the dramatics for TV. I get that.
Yep.
But did you really, really think, and maybe Dawn is correct, maybe they just live in this bubble that they really did think that the Supreme Court was going to rule another way. I mean, you can't get the Supreme Court to rule 9-0 on anything.
I know.
Literally nothing.
I know.
So to have this is just, it is, first of all, Dawn is right that this is a good message to send. It needed to be 9-0. There needed to be no dissenting opinions, and and you know, we need to let the people decide. Let the voters. Anybody with any sort of credibility should agree to that.
Yeah.
Let the voters decide.
I agree. I mean, I would say this to Democrats that wanted Trump removed, whether it's in Illinois, Colorado, or any other states I mentioned in the big take. I'm like, do you really want to win and have Joe Biden reelected in this fashion? Wouldn't you? To me, I would always rather beat somebody on the field. You know, it's like I remember years ago. If you're a college football fan, you'll remember this. Before they had a playoff, they determined the national championship by a vote.
Yep.
Like, who wants to see a football team crowned a champion based on what the writers think? Let the two teams play.
Absolutely.
It's absurd.
Yeah, and they just, you know, these states and these a lot of these Democrats and liberals, they're trying to throw anything they possibly can to make Trump ineligible or make him lose in November, and it's just not working.
Well, it's a numbers game. If we throw 8 indictments at him and 20 cases, eventually one will land and we'll get our wish.
And it's making him more powerful, and they don't realize that.
Yep.
Like, anybody, as soon as this Colorado ruling came down, I was just like, well, this helps him a ton because this is going to get completely dismissed, and it has, and I just don't know. I don't know what they're thinking with this.
I think the only thing I thought about this yesterday. What's the political end game for all of these failures? The only thing I can think of on the left is that they gain points with their base for re-election. Whether it's a judge, a prosecutor, a politician, at least they can say, "Well, I did everything I could to get the Trumpster. It didn't work, but you'll give me your re-election bid for my efforts." That's probably all they have left. So 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back. We'll get you set for Super Tuesday, a primary preview. 13 states, Republicans, will be battling for today. Donald Trump and, Nikki Haley, fresh off of that nice victory in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention dental professionals. The Doodat Dental Group, official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, is expanding. If you're an associate dentist, assistant, or hygienist and ready for that next step in your dental career, then the Doodat Dental Group wants to meet you. Doodat features state-of-the-art locations with the latest technology, including robotic-guided implant placement. Doodat also offers health insurance, paid holidays and vacation, health savings account, 401k, and more. Join the Doodat Dental Group team. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart and beautiful idea to convert that ugly old bathtub into a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low walk-in entry that means no more climbing over the tub. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations, no purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired, that involves technology, 856-638-0778, Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything Alexis makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through April 1st at the Invitation Alexis sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everybody. Oh, yeah. Super Tuesday is upon us. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. As Republicans will hold nominating contests in 15 states, Democrats in 15 states and one territory as well, as we get Super Tuesday underway. The 13 states in which Republicans are holding primaries today include Alabama, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, Virginia. Two caucuses in states for the Republicans with Alaska and Utah. You add it up, it totals up to 15. So here's what is at stake. And by the way, here's your current scoreboard. Donald Trump, 276. Nikki Haley, 43. And there are 865 Republican delegates that are up for grabs today. And the Republican candidate needs 1,215 delegates out of a total of 2,429. So if you're wondering quickly, so you've got 865 up for grabs in 15 states. Here's the breakdown. Alabama is worth 50, Arkansas 40, Alaska 29, California 169, Colorado 37, Maine 20, Massachusetts 40, Minnesota 39, North Carolina swing state 74, Oklahoma 43, Tennessee 58, Texas 161, Utah 40, Vermont 17, and Virginia 18. I've got to imagine, if you do some basic math here, Trump's sitting at 270 and change. There's 865 available. I'm thinking Trump's going to be right around 1,000 by the end of the night. And as the results start coming in, you've got polls that'll be closing at 6 Eastern in Iowa, 7 Eastern in Vermont and Virginia, 7:30 in Carolina. 8 o'clock, we get a slew of results: Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, as well as most of Texas. Arkansas, on down the list. California will be late. Alaska's at midnight, and most of us will be in bed at that point, and it'll probably be a wrap. But I didn't realize this. I was on the phone yesterday FaceTiming with my girls. They have off today in Tennessee. No school today for Super Tuesday. Is that something? Because I've never lived the Super Tuesday in this job up here. Are we going to have off for school in the third week of April?
Yeah, they
do. They?
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Is it really
in this area?
Oh wow, I never knew that.
Public school.
I'm not sure because we've talked about this before. Should you have off on like election days and primaries? And I've been of the belief that if voting is that important to you, you will make it a part of your day and you will get out and vote. I don't think people need to have the entire day off. But I was a little blown away by my girls having. I'm like, oh, we're having a sleepover tonight. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's Monday night. What do you mean you're having a sleepover? We don't have school tomorrow. I was like, oh, okay, very cool. So there you go on that front. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. I have not seen, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I have not seen any polling that shows Nikki Haley is with either in striking distance in a state or is projected to win a state. I'm going down the list here, and I just asked out loud in the beginning of the show, like, could she somehow like survive or hang in there in California? Because it feels like California would be a state where like Nikki Haley would like, there'd be a lot of never Trumpers and moderates and rhinos. You go on down the list, no shot in Tennessee, no shot in Texas, no shot in Oklahoma. Carolina is Trump country. Arkansas, Alabama, no shot. I don't see any path for her. So, I mean, when we get out of this late tonight and we talk about this tomorrow and she's down by 900 delegates, are we going to be having the conversation of, hey, Nikki's going to be bowing out? I think, Dawn, you said something yesterday. Weren't you projecting something like late next week after March 12th or something?
Yeah, I was just looking at, because today it's about a third for the Republican side of the votes. So I'm just looking at what all the experts are saying. So they're saying the first, if you look at the numbers, would be March 12th that Trump could get that majority needed.
Okay. That would make sense. Boy, yeah. Nikki Haley. All right, well, best of luck to you, Nikki. We'll see how it plays out for you tonight. I don't think it's going to go too well.
What's the number Trump has to get to secure?
1215. That's the magic number.
Yeah.
1,215.
Could he get that tonight?
No.
There's no mathematical way.
So that's what they're saying. Like,
what's the earliest he could get it?
March 12th.
So Nikki is basically down to 7 days.
Yes.
She's got 7 days left in her political career, unless she does lose, she bows out in the timeline Dawn is suggesting, and she comes out and endorses Trump. If she doesn't put her endorsement on Trump, not that I think it really will matter, but if you don't have that PR message that, hey, I'm united, we need to beat Joe Biden regardless of what I think of Trump and his age and his cognitive decline, like the left is trying to spin it now that he's in the same boat as Joe, slipping mentally. If she doesn't come out and say, I got your back, Trump, her career's done. I don't see any avenue for her moving forward politically, running for office. Maybe in television, maybe giving out speeches, public speaker. There's a lot of other things she can do. I don't think people are going to jump on that.
Never say never. I mean, these people are,
it's ruthless.
Yeah, and people forget. You know what I mean? Like, people forget how contentious the Ted Cruz.
Remember that?
Yeah, Donald Trump thing was.
People haven't forgot about Chris Christie.
Yeah,
but you brought up Cruz. I mean, that was the battle over the wives.
Yeah, it got ugly.
Ouch.
Really,
it's like yeah, your wife ugly.
Ted Cruz held a press conference and yelled like, "Keep my wife's name out of your mouth," like one of those things, like trying to be a tough guy with a smushed face.
Oh, he's
that punchable face,
swarmy as it gets.
That punchable face Ted Cruz has.
He is.
There's another guy who, because you talk about Vivek, but Ted Cruz has a brilliant legal mind. He's a bright guy, but sometimes I think
he's as charismatic as a couch cushion.
But think about it. It's almost.
I don't know many Republicans that like him, to be honest.
It's almost like a boxing match. I mean, you think about two people punching each other to a pulp, and then at some point later they can be friends. I mean, that's politics.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Nikki congratulates Trump and shakes hands after she takes another L. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Dawn will have some news and then another New York Times poll that shows amongst age, race, and gender, a lot of people prefer Trump's policies over Joe's. Who knew? It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is on the way.
We can serve our weakness or we can serve our purpose. Not both.
From Angel Studios comes Cabrini, based on the powerful true story of Francesca Cabrini, one courageous woman on an unbelievable mission to build an empire of hope and care for society's most vulnerable.
This project is overly ambitious, perhaps unrealistic.
We are bold or we die.
Cabrini, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 8th. Go to angel.com/Cabrini.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-298-9145. That's 800-298-9145. 800-298-9145. 888-839-1245.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given when the transaction is completed by March 18th. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Are you rehabbing it all?
I'm rehabbing the injury to get back this year. I am so especially disappointed because I just got a new meniscus for Christmas.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Classroom.
7:01. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 on this Tuesday. Super Tuesday. Just stay home, Nikki Haley. It's not going to go well for you today. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. A few more things on the election, primary season, and all of that coming up after the news. And then we'll get to some local stories. We've got, obviously, the update from the Pennsylvania State Trooper. Meatball goes on trial today. Also, I got to give up a little credit and a little respect and love to California. 2 stories going on in California. 1 with the national anthem, and 2, a very interesting battle going on between one of the most detestable Democrats out there and a former baseball player who's giving him a run for his money. We'll get to that story. And also Doritos apparently has had their head up their keister for the last year, and they might be next on the list. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. 7:03, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. A rainy morning and a rainy week ahead. A lot of spinouts on the roadways, and we do have some speed restrictions in place across the region. Bad accident on I-95 this morning, so please be safe as you make your way in. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday, March 5th, Super Tuesday. We're sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. So let's get to it. We have Philadelphia police searching for suspects in the shooting that left one teenager dead, 4 others injured after gunfire rang out. This happened at a SEPTA bus stop in Philadelphia's Ogons neighborhood yesterday afternoon, and police saying that a 17-year-old boy was shot and killed at Ogons and Godfrey Avenues yesterday after school. It looks like the 17-year-old was the target and was targeted. The bus stopped. People started to board the bus, and that's when 2 individuals came up, according to police, and just opened fire, shooting him and, yes, taking his life. 2 women, 49 and 71, were also shot. That confirmation, and so they suffered non-life-threatening injuries. We also know that a 15-year-old boy was grazed by a bullet, ran down the street where he was found by police, and then another 15-year-old boy also suffered a grazed wound in that shooting. So the 15-year-olds are hospitalized this morning in stable condition.
Just brutal.
I know.
Does this city have the worst aim of all time? I feel like I'm not trying to make light of this, but I feel like every time we have these shootings, like, we never know the motive. All these random people get grazed with bullets. It's like, can you not hit your intended target? I'm not trying to condone it, but for the love of God, do we need to wipe out 71-year-olds and 15-year-olds in the process? God.
Yeah.
That's just it. They, and they get different semi-automatic
and they have
firearms and just
they have
spray.
no, like, middle of the afternoon, 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's like broad daylight.
Nobody has any concerns about
No.
getting caught. They have no. I mean,
It's a Wild West.
This is obviously, in my opinion, a gang-related thing, because that's how these. We don't have a gun problem. We have a gang problem here.
Yeah, we have
a gang problem here.
You know what? Jason Kelsey made a great point yesterday. Fathers are the best thing in the world.
Yeah.
You know why? Because a lot of times when you have a dad that will, give you 5 across the eyes from time to time and get you in order and lined up and on the up and up and on the straight and narrow,
Yep.
you don't end up being one of these losers.
Yep. It's sad to see. These people going on.
They're just spraying bullets like it's a
Yeah,
water gun
I
fight in
know.
the summer, and you got grandma soaked by accident.
Yep.
Jeez. I'm sorry, Dawn.
So let's look at the other news of the day as we think about what's going on in Philadelphia and beyond. In Pennsylvania, a story that is making international news is the update on this young, pregnant Amish woman, a mother who was murdered in her own home when her husband was away. We're talking about the Byler family. Her name was Rebecca, her husband, Andy, young couple, husband 24, wife 23, an Amish couple, expecting their 3rd child, and she was due in about 8 to 10 weeks. They were getting ready for the 3rd baby, and this is when somebody broke into their home, and now we're learning these details that, in fact, not only was she murdered by her throat being slashed, but it appears, according to the affidavit and the court records, that this suspect was trying to scalp her. It's a scalping type wound on her head. The question is why. There's a lot of speculation as to the motive, but charged in all of this, 52-year-old Sean Cranston from Corey, Pennsylvania, is under arrest, and they're not letting him out. He's being held in jail, facing multiple charges: criminal trespass, burglary, as well as criminal homicide of an unborn child. Those are the charges of this 52-year-old man. So we await word on this, but in the Amish community and beyond, they are preparing to bury her and grieving this young mother's brutal murder.
Stalker punishment, eye for an eye.
Ugh.
Give this guy the same treatment. What a low life.
So, yeah, that it's just what the heck happened there. Now, we want to update you, speaking of state police who were handling that murder, that horrible, heinous murder in Amish country in Lancaster County. We have an update on the from the Pennsylvania State Police as far as that controversial arrest that went viral with a top Philadelphia official and that official's husband, as identified over the weekend, arrested by a Pennsylvania State police officer, a state trooper involved, has now been placed on restricted duty. and they're trying to expedite the rollout, by the way, of body cameras for troopers in Philadelphia. And I brought this up yesterday that they did have the dash cam, but they were, according to my sources, they're among the last group who are receiving the body cameras. It's a slower rollout. And so this is under the guise of Governor Josh Shapiro. He is the boss, the big boss, the Pennsylvania State Police answer to.
Mm-hmm.
There's this push now to get them the body cameras.
Yep.
Because many feel in law enforcement, for example, that the body cameras would have exonerated this officer.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's an internal affairs investigation, but it all started with 51-year-old Selena Morrison, the city's executive director of the Office of LGBTQ plus Affairs, and Morrison's husband, Darius McLean, who's 35. Both arrested Saturday morning. A heated confrontation that unfolded on I-76 started as a traffic stop. Police said the trooper pulled over Morrison for multiple vehicle code violations, including driving with an expired and suspended registration, for example. That led to Morrison's husband, Darius McLean, in a different vehicle, pulls over behind the trooper and then gets out of his vehicle and proceeds toward from the back of the trooper, comes up from behind, which some in law enforcement say that's seen as a no-no, an ambush, if you will. That officer has no idea. Is this, do these two know each other? Is this gang related? Is this domestic related, such as a domestic dispute? Sometimes a wife will be trying to flee the husband or vice versa. So they don't, they're trained to make sure that people don't get out of their vehicle, especially on the side of a busy roadway, for multiple reasons.
Well, I'm hoping we really do catch up and speed up here with this state with the body cam footage, because dashboard cam footage only goes so far. And with this day and age of everybody's a journalist, and the moment you get pulled over by the cops, you go live on Instagram and TikTok. What we need to have happen here for the police to take back control of the narrative is have that body cam footage and have it readily available. Because the moment somebody puts it out on their personal Instagram, they automatically seize the momentum, and then the media runs with it, and then the cops are the ones having to explain themselves, not the suspect.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people were saying, well, Philadelphia police, never would have pulled you over for all of this. The state police particularly, they are in charge of and pressured. We just had that horrible accident and road closure on Sunday with I-95. State police with these roadways, 76, the Schuylkill Expressway, is known as one of the most dangerous highways in America, and this is their duty. And so this vehicle in particular, an expired suspended registration, headlines that were not illuminated, that was a very rainy, foggy morning, tailgating, tinted windows, driving too close to the other car. I mean, there were multiple things going on here. And so this trooper, that's the side from law enforcement.
Yep.
But, we'll see what happens here, because we don't have that all-important body camera going on. So we're talking about that this morning. And then as well, we have the story of the individual known as, quote unquote, Meatball, who yesterday was in court, held over for trial. This made national news because of what you're talking about. So these were some riots that certainly caused a lot of mayhem and damage. But the social media influencer Meatball, facing trial on those looting charges. Her real name is Deja Blackwell, as identified, charged with burglary as well as related crimes for allegedly taking part in that situation last September. And so it went viral. She was live streaming the looting across Philadelphia last year, and the judge had dropped murder charges. Remember what sparked all of this? Against a police officer who had shot and killed a Kensington man amid a traffic stop.
Yep.
And so this sparked the looting. 22-year-old Deja Blackwell, local influencer who has a ton of followers on Instagram and TikTok, I should say. She was held over for court on charges of burglary, conspiracy, criminal trespass, other charges. And that was yesterday in court.
Yeah, and she really threw gas on the fire. She was coordinating this through social media.
Allegedly.
If I remember, she had like a megaphone in her hand. something that she was like shouting through. And I actually think I've lost a year off of my life. Remember, if you recall, we sat through and we watched her her social media post of her taking a bath in that really murky, dirty water. We all thought it was just like muddy water, but apparently it was like a feminine, like low, I don't know, whatever you ladies buy at Bath and Body Works or whatever. I don't know. I don't use that stuff. I don't take baths either.
I think it was a bath bomb.
Yeah, it was a bath
probably,
bomb. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we want to see people like Meatball sitting in the tub. God.
Well, her attorney says they should drop the charges, and it's her defense will be that she was talking, live streaming, sort of. Was she not a reporter of sorts?
Oh, yeah, she was an independent journalist on, yes.
So that it appears to be part of her defense. She has an attorney, but she was arrested mid-live stream.
Yeah.
One of 52 people taken into custody on that night and scheduled for arraignment March 18th, according to all of these records.
She was all talk. She was big and tough, and then she got arrested and was crying in her mugshot. And then NBC 10 came to talk to her and her mom, and she said,
"Never loot again, stay out of trouble, and never go to jail."
I learned my lesson.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
We're also talking today about one of the most beloved Philadelphia Eagles in franchise history, calling it a career, that emotional 45-plus minute news conference by Jason Kelce, and he announced that yesterday with the family. His brother Travis was there, but some of the Swifties are very triggered. They claim that he was using Taylor Swift catchphrases such as "all too well" and "wildest dreams," and they're all triggered. And by the way, he's retiring after his 13th season. You know, that's totally Taylor's favorite number.
Her favorite number, names of her song, lyrics from songs and albums. I'm sure it was all coordinated.
So they apparently were triggered by the fact
that... Can't the man have 45 minutes to retire as a beloved athlete without these swarmy little Gen Zers that cling on to everything she does? Oh, my God, Taylor Swift just wiped her keister. Let's do a TikTok about it. They ruin everything.
Oh, my goodness.
Just go away.
Well, we're also talking on this Super Tuesday about a big day in politics. But as we talked about, Trump can't really clinch the nomination. I can't call him a presumptive nominee until perhaps next week after March 12th. But Super Tuesday, Election Day for many states. We've talked a lot about it this morning. Let's get to our all-important forecast. It is miserable. It is rainy. It is cloudy. And it is 43 degrees due to the fact that we have a bit of a wind factor. It feels like 36 degrees. So not just rainy, not just cloudy, but we do have that wind. So a lot of warnings about the roadways and the safety of the roadways as we look ahead to the forecast. The only day of the week where I see we get some reprieve from all of the rain is Friday. Even the weekend looks warm and rainy. So today looking like 50 degrees. Kind of feels like a spring-like week, if you will. Sorry, I only have one day where we're going to see, and it's not even going to be a bright sunny day on Friday, but it will be mostly sunny.
And Stalker will be mostly happy.
I know. Friday. He'll be happy for Friday. We are happy that Best Work Industries for the Blind is our sponsor here this morning. Best Work Industries for the Blind, changing lives, nonprofit organization located right in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training as well as employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, bestworkindustries.org. bestworkindustries.org. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, which demographic that should be a guaranteed lock for Joe could ultimately cost him in November? We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All this spring rain, it's greening up your lawn. You thinking about that lawn care service and which one to choose? I've got the greatest one for you for sure when choosing that lawn care service. Doesn't it just make sense that you hire a company that provides better results as well as safer? It has to be safer for your family, especially for your pets like my buddy boy. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That has been my lawn care company for years now. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. This is not a one-size-fits-all company. Their technicians at Natural Lawn are going to work with you to determine the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, and it really does work, okay? That's the best part of this. It means they're safer for every member of your family, even your furriest ones. So kick the chemical lawn habit. Do this. Get started today with Natural Lawn's safer products and programs. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. You get free seeding every year. Call 1-800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Free Seed, 1-800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in. Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 724. Happy Tuesday to all of you as we continue here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Got sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes.
Greg writes in.
Yeah.
Poor sad Nick. He says, will Nick be in mourning with spelling mourning improperly?
You didn't spell it M-O-U-R?
No.
M-O-R-N.
He says, will Nick be in mourning, misspelling mourning, with today being Nikki's final day in politics? Where did this come that you're some Nikki Haley fan?
I don't know. People hear what they want to hear. I hear what I want to hear, I guess. We all hear what we want to hear. The only thing Nikki and I have in common is we've both been called Nikki at times in our lives. It's about the only thing. When have I ever been a Nikki Haley fan?
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Sarcastic.
You're right. People hear what they want to hear. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's sarcastic.
They could have been listening to another show, you know?
No, I think it's sarcasm. I think Greg's trying to trigger you.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
no.
I think it's sarcasm.
No, it's not sarcasm.
It's
My
not?
triggering's done for the day. You did that last segment with the Taylor Swift allegations against Mr. Kelsey. My trigger's already done. 855-839-1210.
Bluetooth.
What's that?
Better get Bluetooth.
Oh, wow. That's coming up in a little bit. Literally and figuratively.
By the way, Dawn, you're being called out because you said that that stop happened on the Schuylkill Expressway. It actually happened on the Vine Street Expressway.
It did happen on the Vine. I said that yesterday, but then today the report says I-76. I didn't say Schuylkill. I said I-76 because that was I was reading from the actual report. So it was weird
People
to me.
Just,
instead of 476.
There's a guy. You guys do a good job of blocking trolls. I don't block anybody because I find it amusing sometimes.
Right.
But this
I
guy.
don't find that a troll as far as the 476. That's something that you're in your newsroom that you would get. They'd be like, it happened on the. But I was reading from the report. I'm just saying.
I got to come to Stenzelin's defense here. Hey, just wondering. Let's keep track because we all like to keep track of our accolades and accomplishments. How many Emmy awards do any of you YouTubers have?
It wasn't a YouTuber. This was on Twitter.
Oh, okay. How many Twitter awards have you won, sir? 19 followers and an egg for an avatar.
They're trying to compare us mocking Biden for his, misspeaks with Dawn.
Yeah. I'm glad you're bringing up all these comments and feedback because it's a short segment anyway.
Yeah.
I want to spend some time actually on these polling numbers from the New York Times. But I love everybody. I really do. I'm not an angry individual.
You're
but
not.
Some of these people that just cling to everything. Oh, he said 476 instead of 676.
It's a good thing. At least they're listening.
He used run versus ran. Oh my God, it's the end of democracy as we know it.
The run versus ran thing is
Yeah.
more Dawn and I trying to, because it's like it's nails on a chalkboard.
It is.
But it's fine.
Yeah.
I still love you. Yeah. It's fine.
All these people out there, they want to be the fact checker. You know what we got? You know what we have? And this is not just this audience. This is just radio in general. And God bless you, because without you, we don't do any of this.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to be a Brian Stelter out there. They're just waiting for the aha, gotcha moment. I actually, you know what? I wonder what it was like to do radio back in 1994, where there was like no social media, there was no apps, and it was just, hey, if you had a gripe, you picked up the phone and you called. We need to go back to those days.
No, you know what? I
miss caller interaction.
I like, because you guys don't see it. I shield you from as much as I can, but I actually like the feedback. I like the instant feedback. I like people correcting me. I like to hear what the YouTube chatters are saying, and the people on Twitter are saying, and the people that email are saying.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. I don't. Keep it coming. We are the most interactive show in all of radio.
And let me clarify. I miss the combativeness.
Yeah.
Because for the most part, the audience in this format agrees with 80, 85, 90% of what I say. It's different from when I was in sports, where it's like, okay, half of you like Nick Foles and half of you think he's overrated, and you would joust and you would battle with callers. I mean, for the most part, everybody's in agreement with what I say about Trump or Nancy Pelosi or whatever. What now?
Just reading comments.
This is good. Well, what we got? Anything else?
Big Stinky Cheese says, Nick watched the sun came up today.
Yeah, I will tell you what's interesting. The report. See, I don't mind, but I shouldn't talk about it too much because I think there's so much going on. But the report, somebody who says it would happen on the Vine, but the report and the Philadelphia Inquirer say I-76.
But if you look at the video, that's
I
clearly
agree
the
with
Vine
you.
Street Expressway.
So, but technically, I think that stretch is technically known as I-76. So that's why the Pennsylvania State. Believe me, I'll be getting a text from a cop any minute who will tell me whether the report was wrong or you know what.
Yeah.
But remember, we had this conversation. You learn something new every day. That there's that little section off like Germantown Pike, and we talked about the townships.
Yep.
And I thought I was whatever, the county, and I love that kind of stuff because it's trivia that nobody else knows. So I appreciate the attention to detail.
All right.
By the way, Tiny Bubbles writes, Nick Kayal is recommending Philadelphia gangs get some range time so they can hit their target.
Exactly.
Did I hear that right?
Yes. If you're trying to take out a scumbag for being offended, that's your business. Just don't knock out the innocent people.
But seriously, it used to be back in the day with the mafia.
Yeah.
They knew who they were, even if they went into a nice restaurant.
The mafia didn't miss.
They didn't miss.
No.
I had a relative in
Like the feds.
Yeah.
When the feds have you in their sights, they usually have you.
But I had a relative years ago and went to Northern Ireland, and they were like, yeah, there are people on rooftops. And they were like, are we in danger? They said, no. They know who they're looking for. These are sure, it was during those days. But I do think, to your point, it's just, these younger and younger gangbangers, whatever's going on, gangs and drugs, and they are to the point of being dehumanized.
Yes.
And dehumanizing each other.
The value of life has never been lower. And it's really sad. And it's, if you can't get to a range to work on your target practice, pull out the old Nintendo Duck Hunt. I used to use that to work on my range.
But to your point, there's no hope.
No.
And that's, when you don't have a time of peace and prosperity, when you have a time of incredible prosperity, it's good for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings everybody up. It's the best way in the world.
Yep.
Not just here in America, but in the world to create peace.
That's right. And capitalism lifts people up, despite what some people try to argue in the opposite direction. All right, speaking of that, speaking of prosperity, everybody felt like they had more money in their pockets under Donald Trump. That's fact, but it's also the results of a latest New York Times poll. We'll give you some of the other details on the other side. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just about 2 months ago, stopped on out and checked out the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. What an impressive SUV. I'm a newly minted truck guy, but for many, many years, I was an SUV guy. And if I get back into the SUV game, I got to tell you, the 2024 Honda Pilot, if it's like that in 26 or 27, it's going to be my vehicle. And it comes with a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, so you have all your safety and your security, 18-inch alloy wheels, and all the technology you can handle, especially for the kids that keep them preoccupied with their smartphone and their YouTube. They have wireless Apple CarPlay. And for your wife, for sleepovers or big trips for sporting events, that third row seating when you take along a couple of their friends, it's going to come in handy. It's an unbelievable feature with this full-sized SUV. It's got the style, the size, the grace. Also, if you like the rugged off-roading, the all-terrain aspect, the Honda Pilot Trail Sport Edition is for you. And you can check it out at one of their 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop online, piazzaautogroup.com.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a way to boost energy, support your heart, and age with grace? Well, it's time to check out Oracine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Oracine provides essentials for our body's need to naturally combat fatigue and increase stamina without the high sugar, caffeine, and unhealthy ingredients common in superficial energy sources. Plus, Rescue Oracine supports healthy blood pressure and cardio function too. And now for a limited time, our listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free on Rescue Oracine. Just use the code FUEL when ordering to get this exclusive deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code FUEL online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code FUEL, F-U-E-L. Buy one Oracine, get another free. Go to res-q.com now. Stay fueled and fit with Rescue Oracine.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Live the sweet life at Citizens Bank Park. Check out the many suite offerings available to elevate your game day experience with awesome views, privacy, and catering. Visit phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to book today.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Have you ever wondered or even considered the difference between credited interest returns and gains on Wall Street? One you get to keep and control. The other one comes and goes. We're going to analyze investors' returns on the S&P 500 from 2000 to 2015, and then we're going to compare them to a certificate of deposit only compounding at 2% during that same time period. Using data curated by Delbar Corporation, which is this country's leading analytic firm over Wall Street, investors only averaged a total of 2.66% per year from 2000 to 2015. Now, this does indicate that $100,000 invested in the year 2000 through 2015 has grown to an estimated $128,000 or less when you consider the fees in one's portfolio. But you also must remember how much time was lost during that 15-year period. You grew it, you lost it, now you have to regrow it. Now that's being victimized by Wall Street and the two market crashes and then waiting to recover your lost gains. Now had the same investor put $100,000 in a certificate of deposit with a compounding interest rate of 2% from 2000 to 2015, that investor's principal would have grown to $135,000 with no fees, no market loss, and no lost growth time. Now, knowing the difference between credited interest returns and gains that are vulnerable to market risk and fees can shield you from the dangers of Wall Street so you can enjoy a retirement with peace of mind. Stop losing time with Wall Street and start gaining time in your retirement.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Southampton. You know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, as we inch closer to the cut sheet, coming up in just about 6 minutes. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Super Tuesday, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You know, we are coming down the stretch here, days numbered for people like Nikki Haley. Donald Trump is really in general election season and general election mode. And really, there's just not much momentum at all going right now for the Biden administration as we are about 8 months out. And it took another hit for this administration yesterday with more polling data being revealed from a New York Times Siena College poll that shows that no matter the race, the age, or the gender, more voters in this poll with the New York Times say that Donald Trump's policies helped them in their daily lives more than Joe Biden's. That's not to say that they will vote for Trump in November. That's not to say that they will vote for Joe. They could sit it out. But if you're a Democrat right now, if you're one of the James Carvilles of the world, the David Axelrods of the world, you probably have a thought or two on some of these results. And here's a few of the excerpts and the results from the New York Times. Americans have much more positive views of Donald J. Trump's policies than they do Mr. Biden's, according to the New York Times Siena College polls. Overall, 40% of voters said Mr. Trump's policies had helped them personally, compared with just 18% who say the same about Mr. Biden's policies. Instead, 43% of voters said Mr. Biden's policies had hurt them, nearly double the share who said the same about Mr. Trump's policies, the latest poll found. In a retrospective look at 9 of the past 11 presidents, approval of job performance increased 12 percentage points after leaving office, both on average and for Mr. Trump in particular, according to a Gallup poll from this past summer. Now, here's where I think it gets interesting, because we're looking at a couple of different demographics, but recent Times Siena polls highlight how comparatively well-regarded Mr. Trump's policies are, even by groups that were affected by policies that Democrats hope will be motivating issues in 2024. And for many, it appears to be all about the economy. Women are 20 percentage points more likely to say that Mr. Trump's policies have helped them than Mr. Biden's have, despite the fact that SCOTUS obviously got involved 2 summers ago with Roe v. Wade and female rights. Very interesting there. We're thinking abortion, Roe v. Wade, losing Endeavor, the death of the GOP. Yet here in this poll, factoring in women, women still by 20 points prefer Trump policies from top to bottom, I would presume, especially with the economy. Think about it. Women do a lot of the grocery shopping. A lot of times men don't get involved in the transactional process on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. The wife goes and gets the groceries, gets the kids dinner at the drive-thru, whatever it might be, and then comes home and says, $198. I feel like I didn't buy a darn thing. So that's number one. Another of Trump's early signature policies, his plan to build a wall at the border. We're talking about safety and security of Americans. Now, 37% of Hispanic voters said that Mr. Trump's policies helped them personally, compared to only 15% who said the same thing about Biden's policies. So we've got the economy and finances and money, and we've got safety and security all favoring Trump. And then we get to the black voters. Black voters were the least likely to say Mr. Trump's policies had helped them, but they still viewed his policies more favorably than Joe Biden's. overall, across all genders, age, race, and education, according to the New York Times poll, voters are more likely to say that Trump's time in office has helped them more than Joe Biden's time in office has. So what I want to do here for the next 2 or 3 minutes, let's look at women, let's look at black voters and Hispanic voters. Which one of those three would you say is the biggest ace up the sleeve for Donald Trump? I would argue the Hispanic voter.
Absolutely.
Right now.
Absolutely.
I think he's probably neck and neck overall, probably a coin flip. I would say, the black voter, you're probably about 20%, maybe 25%. But I will say this with the black voter, that he's going to do better in 2020. And this is just my personal belief. I think he's going to do better, Trump I'm talking about, with the black voter than he did in 2020, than he did in 2016. Because I think at the end of the day, whether it's a celebrity, a hip-hop artist, an athlete who's getting taxed at an exorbitant rate. I mean, some of these athletes are getting hit at 51% taxes. At the end of the day, they want to have more money in their pocket, and they had more money in their pocket under Trump. And the women might be the most interesting revelation there in that poll, that women are saying policy-wise, from A to Z, they prefer Trump, even though abortion, we know, is the albatross of the GOP post-Roe v. Wade. So I think at the end of the day, if Trump can get 25% of the black vote, be in a dead heat in a statistical tie with Biden for the Hispanic vote, and find a way, as I mentioned last week, with the Laken Riley murder, with everything that's going on with female athletics and the Riley Gaines venue of life, if Trump can tap into those two communities with females, that will mitigate at least some of the damage that SCOTUS has caused with Roe v. Wade. Biden's going to win with females. There's no doubt about it. But in a race where we're talking that this thing could be determined by a total of 20 to 25,000 votes, I think it's going to be less than what it was in 2020, where it was 44,000 votes. Every little sliver matters. And for Trump, it should be just, like you ever see at summer carnivals when people are cooking the lamb and they slice it off? You're just trying to slice off a little bit here, a little bit there, and that could be the difference. I'm really blown away by the women in this aspect.
By the way, Latinos have grown at the second fastest rate of any major racial and ethnic group in the U.S. electorate since the last presidential election.
Well, Hispanic will be the primary nationality in America, according to the census in 2060.
An estimated 36.2 million are eligible to vote this year, up from 32.2 million in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
This represents 50% of total growth in eligible voters during this time. Joe Biden did get the majority of the Hispanic vote in 2020 at 59%.
Yep. There you
go. Latinos are projected to account for 14.7% of all eligible voters in November 2024, a new high. So, yeah, he could really make up a lot of leeway with that vote if they come out for Trump.
There you go. 855-839-1210 to jump in. 746 Tuesday morning. Time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 a month in interest rates as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. So you guys won't be surprised to know that the media was not happy about the Supreme Court's 9-0 ruling last night. Again, I don't know what they were expecting.
Yeah.
Dawn said earlier that she believes that it's because that they live in this bubble and they really thought the Supreme Court was going to be divided on this or maybe even rule against Trump.
They've allowed their rooting interest to cloud their judgment.
Yeah. Here's a little montage put together by our friends at Newsbusters of the media in full meltdown mode over the court's unanimous decision to allow Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. Phil, this is cut 11. go.
We've learned that it was a 9-0 decision ruling that Donald Trump can be on the ballot in Colorado and other states.
I'm not confident that that will produce a result that's good for American democracy.
This is actually what I had been concerned about. I had been concerned that should it go to the Supreme Court, they would rule this way.
I'd laugh if it weren't so sad.
My next guest says Donald Trump is still an oath-breaking insurrectionist. Do you have confidence in the Supreme Court? Do you think this court is partisan?
The court itself may have overstepped.
The court went way further than it needed to go.
Our colleague Melissa Murray has called this Supreme Court the YOLO court.
The criticism of the court is that they're playing interference.
Not since Bush v. Gore have we seen a court that's had this many opportunities to interfere in the election.
The headline here is that this is a unanimous ruling, but if you scratch the surface just a little...
This is a 5-4 ruling on part of it.
This is actually a 5-4 decision.
It's 5-4.
Trump will take this, spin it, spread the misinformation, disinformation on it, so it's a win for them.
He's on the ballot, and voters will vote, and he looks like he's headed to become the Republican nominee for president.
You can't save the people from themselves. If they're determined to reelect him after he organized that insurrection, then there's nothing to stop the people from doing that.
Wow, that is. Now, I didn't see, because I don't think we had a visual component to that, so I'm not sure which person I want to go after because I don't know who their name and what their network they were on.
It was mostly MSNBC.
It was mostly MSNBC. Yeah. Okay. The Supreme Court of the United States, these 9 justices, regardless of liberal or conservative, regardless of whether or not Trump appointed them, Biden appointed them, Obama appointed them, these are some of the brightest. Actually, I take that back. These are the brightest legal. You don't get to the Supreme Court of the United States by being a nitwit, okay? So these people would actually try to argue, these fanboy media members and fan gals, that Trump is still an insurrectionist despite never being charged with insurrection, convicted of insurrection, and shot down by the Supreme Court of the United States unanimously 9-0. And then they're going to try to spin it. Well, it was really 5-4. No, it wasn't 5-4. No, it wasn't. And even if it was, you still lost. It don't matter if you get beat 40-0 or it's 13-10. You still lost the game. All of you. Every state. You lost. You lost. Doesn't mean you're going to lose everything. You might get a win later this year in the calendar season with some of these other cases. Maybe the immunity case goes in your favor. But you lost yesterday. Cry about it. Cry me a river, Billy Bob.
CNN had a pouting session over the Supreme Court's ruling in favor of Trump. Says it's very unfortunate for America. This is Dana Bash and Ellie Honig on after the ruling came out yesterday. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
Look, unfortunately for America, the court isn't necessarily wrong that this is the way the framers wanted it to be. They wanted Congress, the people who are closest to their constituents, to be able to make the rules and the laws. That doesn't change the fact that because of gerrymandering in the House and all kinds of other issues, they're not doing their job on a lot of these big issues.
Yeah. I agree. It's very unlikely, close to impossible that Congress will take action. But this is now a fair question that Manu Raju, Melanese, and Ona should be asking members of Congress. Are you willing to pass legislation that would give us rules for how this works? It could only be in the future, by the way.
I'm not sure. By the way, Dana Bash, very upset that this didn't go in her favor. But Jim Acosta, he's probably got to be taking it the worst. There's nobody on CNN, I think, that hates Donald Trump more than Jim Acosta. For 8 years, he's just had an axe to grind with the guy. But I would say this as far as what happened yesterday. When we talk about democracy, the last time I checked, it would be very anti-democratic to remove somebody and have a state or an appointed or elected official say, no, you don't have the right to vote for that person anymore. Yeah, they keep talking about saving democracy, yet they're the ones that are trying to strip the nation of it.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like, you keep using the word democracy, but you're the biggest violator of it all.
Stephen Colbert used his comedy show last night.
To be not funny?
To declare the Supreme Court unconstitutional.
Who wrote that script? Keith Olbermann?
This is cut 13, Phil, go.
The big story today is the Supreme Court once again shoving their gavels up the election. Longtime viewers of America will remember that Colorado kicked Trump off the ballot because of the whole launching a violent coup so he could stay in office, violating the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause. Well, today, the Supreme Court said Trump can stay on all state ballots in a unanimous ruling. A ruling, I agree. It is a ruling that I will remind you no one has to follow because last week I declared the Supreme Court unconstitutional. So, you're getting that right? Fact check on that one. I did that, right? You did that. So states, feel free to kick him off your ballot. Tell him Colbert says it's okay. I got your back.
There you go.
Yeah, not funny. Obviously, the trained seals in the audience look up. They see the word that says applause lit up in yellow, so they clap as if it was funny and they giggle. You know, we've always known that these shows, whether it's Colbert, Kimmel, Fallon, Seth Meyers, obviously are liberal, and they take shots at Republicans, and I have no problem with that. But I don't know when I'm assuming that was probably his opening bit.
It was, yes.
When did opening bits for late night become political dissertations and not even political in nature, but like almost soapbox preaching episodes? It's like, this is what's wrong with the country. And I would say to Colbert, since you're not funny, why don't you just get a gig on MSNBC or CBS News or try to get a talk show gig on satellite radio. If you feel so strongly about politics, that's great. I felt the same way. It's why I left sports. But I didn't spend my time on sports radio doing monologues on Barack Obama. Didn't.
By the way, I hate to tell you guys, but he has the highest rated show on late night, so he's not going anywhere.
Well, of course he's not going anywhere.
It's because
I just don't find any of them to be funny.
Well,
anymore.
here's the problem: is that he was getting his butt kicked when he first started, and then a executive producer came in and said, "You need to lean into politics." He leaned into politics,
and he's doing better,
and his ratings skyrocketed. Oh. So this has actually been a formula that has worked for him.
Well, then,
so he's not going to change. He's not going to change at all.
Yeah. To me, it's, hey, I expect to go into one of these shows if I'm a viewer at home or an audience member expecting to laugh. And I feel like, man, it's like the same thing with the comedy club stuff. I'm not going to go in expecting to be offended because I know somebody will probably cross the line.
Yep.
It's the same thing with this. I feel like it's just, they're talking about content that doesn't fit the genre.
Democratic strategist and former senior advisor to Barack Obama, David Axelrod, was on CNN last night. And he admits what most smart Democrats do, that these Trump indictments have made him look indomitable, strong, and resilient. The opposite, I think, of what they were actually trying to make them do. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
All of these legal travails he has, all of these indictments, all of these lawsuits and so on, has given him a chance to look indomitable, look strong, look resilient. And that's actually in some ways helped him. Now, the main cases haven't gone to trial yet. That could be a different story. But he's actually used these to propel himself to this moment.
Yeah.
And I think here's what the takeaway is with him being consistently a target and the system going after him. This is why he's resonating now more than ever with black voters. Not only do black voters sit back and say, I had more money in my pocket under Trump, but they're also sitting there and saying, you know what? I know what it's like to be targeted from 30 and 40 years ago. This is what we're talking about. Like, all of a sudden, they can relate to it in some regard.
I also think that the people who suffer the most when you think about demographics, think about New York City or metropolitan areas, Chicago is another one. Not as much in Philadelphia, but it is happening in Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania, where you have so many services being directed toward the newcomers, and who then is on the short end of that stick.
Yes. Yes.
And so there's one community that's saying, you're kidding me, right? Mm-hmm. That we're here post-pandemic, and who was shut down in these cities?
Yep.
The schools were shut down. The businesses were shut down. Crime is way up. And so that leaves, people in more condensely populated areas, many of them in that so-called black and brown community, are looking around saying, really?
Yeah.
You have the newcomers and you're giving them cash cards and you're putting them up in hotels and you're giving them all of this health care, and we're having to spend all the resources on schools because English is many of the children are not, don't speak English. And so who suffers the most?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. You think about all the legal citizens of this country that are in the lower socioeconomic class, whether it's black, brown, Hispanic, whether it's the homeless, whether it's veterans that are struggling to get by. And really, there's a lot, I feel for all of them, but the vets really hit home with me. People that served this country that get the boot for newcomers. I mean, when we talk about America Last, is that not America Last personified to the umpteenth degree?
Yeah.
Like you're willing to risk your life for this nation, and then somebody crawls across razor wire, comes into this country illegally, and then is living at the Plaza Hotel in New York City like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone. You kidding me? Like, what is it's infuriating. Like, if you're Biden, you got to be sitting back and say, you know what? We might need to change up course here. 11th hour. Let's change some strategy here because it's not working.
Representative Jamie Raskin and Eric Swalwell went on CNN to announce that they are working on to revive legislation to force Trump off the ballot
via the Senate.
I guess a federal law because they decided states can't do it. So they're just
This is where politically, strategy-wise, they have to say, you know what, there's other cases pending. Because it's only going to backfire on us again. It's only going to strengthen him in the next wave of polls.
It is unbelievable.
But that's fine. Keep doing it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it politically. I'm enjoying it from a content standpoint. Don't stop.
Honestly, in the last 6 months, it's just made him get his poll numbers go.
He's the first martyr to be alive.
Yep. Yeah, it's really unbelievable to see all of these people try and tie themselves in knots to make this happen. Cut to Phil Go.
I am working with a number of my colleagues, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Eric Swalwell, to revive legislation that we had to set up a process by which we could determine that someone who committed insurrection is disqualified by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And the House of Representatives already impeached Donald Trump for participating in insurrection by inciting it. So the House has already pronounced upon that. And
there you go.
I believe at the end of the day, there is a possibility, and I'm not going to put a number on it, a percentage chance, but there's a possibility that Trump avoids all convictions from a criminal level as far as going to prison. And at the end of the day, it just ends up being financial, and he owes, $464 million or whatever. And I think if you ask Donald Trump at the end of the day, hey, when all the dust settles, whether you get elected again or not, if all it ended up being is money, and trust me, like, I get it, $464 million, I don't care how rich you are, that's a big chunk of change to cough up. I think he would take that as a absolute victory. I just don't think he wants to be removed from the chance to run, the chance to win, and then obviously his freedom.
The Colorado Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, went on MSNBC yesterday. You played a clip or two of that in the Big Take this morning. By the way, if you missed it, go back to the rewind on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
It was about 6:10 this morning. By the way, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button. Up there, go to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and up there in the right-hand corner, there's a follow button. Smash that follow button for me.
Smash it.
I'd appreciate it. So this is one of the geniuses that brought this that brought this to the Colorado Supreme Court, taking Trump off the ballot. This is what she said on MSNBC yesterday. Jenna Griswold, cut 5. Phil, go.
My next guest says Donald Trump is still an oath-breaking insurrectionist. Joining me now is Colorado's elected Secretary of State, Democrat Jenna Griswold, who urged the Supreme Court to keep Donald Trump off her state's ballot. Madam Secretary, thank you for being with us. Give me more of your reaction to today.
Thanks for having me on. First and foremost, I would say it's good that the court issued a decision. Americans have been voting all across the nation in early voting in those Super Tuesday states, including here in Colorado. And Coloradans and Americans deserve to know whether Trump is a qualified candidate. My larger reaction is disappointment. I do believe that states should be able, under our Constitution, to bar oath-breaking insurrectionists. And ultimately, this decision leaves open the door for Congress to act to pass authorizing legislation. But we know that Congress is a nearly non-functioning body. So ultimately, it will be up to the American voters to save our democracy in November.
This was a unanimous decision, and it seemed pretty clear where it was going.
Nothing is unanimous decision
in front of the Supreme Court. Is there anything within this decision that surprised you, though?
After oral argument, I am not too surprised. I would have liked the decision a little sooner. As of Thursday night, over 400,000 ballots were already cast in the Republican primary for president. I think the larger picture is it's as clear as day what Donald Trump did. He incited that violent mob to rush onto the Capitol to try to stop the peaceful transfer of presidential power. And his attacks and his allies' attacks on our democracy have not stopped. Their lies and disinformation have led to massive voter suppression efforts, to threats against election workers, and actually attacks on our election infrastructure. And they're already laying the groundwork to undermine 2024. Regardless of this decision, American democracy still remains very much under attack and at threat. And this upcoming election will be crucial for democracy's survival in the United States.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy eyes, by the way.
I would just love for just once for the interviewer to say, you know, what is any official? Should we blame any mayor, any governor for the riots that happened at any point?
Mm-hmm.
Should we blame Mayor Jim Kenney when we were under siege here in Philadelphia? And by all accounts, it was $1 billion in damages, at the very least, of businesses across this country burned, cops injured, residents injured, all of us in every neighborhood in Philadelphia. Businesses were boarded up, and people, it was horrifying. Should we blame then Governor Wolf or then Mayor Kenney? Are they responsible for riots or demonstrations that happen in a city? To say that he should have stopped that, what was he supposed to do? Run out and say, "Oh, excuse me. Give me a break."
Mm-hmm.
Just ask for once. What was he supposed to do? If you have a mob, by all accounts, of hundreds of people out there, and a small fraction of the hundreds of thousands, most of which went home, and there are a lot of differing stories, and we're supposed to get more video this week.
Yeah, Mike Johnson will release it.
Yes, I'm just going to say that's a slippery slope. If we're going to start blaming every mayor, every governor, every president for a protest after you spoke and at the end of the speech said, "Go peacefully."
I love, too, how she said there, quote, I guess ultimately it's up to the voters in November to save democracy. Yeah, that's what we've been doing for hundreds of years in this country, lady. We vote and we decide who we want and who we don't want. We don't allow Secretary of States at 39 years old to say, "I'm going to take you off the ballot."
Yeah.
And by the way, she's a local. She's from Toledo, Ohio, but she got her JD, her law degree, from the University of Penn. So she got her law degree right here in Philadelphia. Another Ivy Leaguer, another younger female. This is Trump's worst nightmare, I've been telling you. And I'd be willing to bet you just look at that face.
Young female with crazy eyes.
She's single. She's not married. I'm telling you, she's not. There's no way she's married.
Has nothing to do with it. What she should say. What she should say.
Man, we gotta sweep these women off their feet. Marry them all.
Oh, please.
We should all have 3 wives.
No, what? Big love. And
before the election, everybody needs to have 3 wives.
New rule.
Maybe the sister wives could help me with all that laundry. I'm not protesting it. In all seriousness, what I think, all of these individuals, what they're failing to say, and I'll be interested to see when by late June or early July, the court is expected to take up the issue that they announced last Wednesday that they would take up, which is whether or not then former President Donald J. Trump is entitled to that broad immunity, that immunity umbrella from prosecution. And so what will these same people say about this court when the court rules? And I suspect, based on the questions, it's going to be a split ruling, or the court is going to say, No, you don't have broad immunity. Now, they might have some narrow rulings on this. I don't know how they're going to fully go with it. However, does he have broad presidential immunity from criminal prosecution because of acts in office? It's going to note that the court has never ruled on this issue before. And so it will set a huge precedent. But if they say, no, he does, I suspect they're going to say, no, you do not have broad immunity. But I believe they are going to say that every president has some level of immunity, but not for a crime. Because they can't just say, oh, yeah, if you murder your wife, the first lady in office, you have immunity. They're not going to say that.
Of course not.
But then going to the issue of, Obama with deadly drone strikes, which Americans were killed in the Middle East during some of those drone strikes, and nobody said a word. I think that they cannot ignore this issue, but I don't think that they're gonna say, oh yeah, he has broad immunity. They're not going to do that.
Yep. And by the way, from a court case standpoint, we are now 20 days out. 20 days out until the Alvin Bragg case will start. That's coming up 3 weeks from yesterday, Monday, March 25th.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to watch the video, the three of us kibitzing for 4 hours, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see it, please hit the like button if you're watching right now, and please hit the subscribe button. Please do that right now. Today is Super Tuesday. Mueller Auction Company on YouTube asks me if who has a better chance of winning today, Nikki Haley, any state, or the Sixers at -2.5.
Well, now that's a prop bet. Is that available on FanDuel or Parks?
I don't know, but I would definitely say the Sixers have a better chance at the -2.5 than Nikki Haley does winning anything today. She was on Fox News yesterday, and she says that she's flipping the script. She's saying that you people should start asking Trump if he would support the eventual nominee if it was me. I don't know how this is going to happen, but she's really going. She's going all in.
Well,
she's really going all in. It's kind of.
She's either
putting
either putting on a great acting performance, or she is just borderline delusional, full of conviction when she should have zero pep to her step right now.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, I'm not a doctor. I don't know anything, but is she okay? Because
does she have Trump derangement syndrome?
I don't know. She seems to really be confident in herself that she's won nothing and will somehow be the nominee here.
Yeah, and by the way, it's not a badge of honor that you won Washington, D.C., Nikki, by the way. Like, if I'm Trump, I'm, like, doing backflips. So, like, I'll give you D.C. Have D.C.
Newman Price, Super Tuesday. That's correct.
I think that she is she knows that there are a number. First of all, she placates to Democrats, but she also plays to the never Trumpers, and she knows that there's a nugget of those.
1 in 7. 1 in 7 Republicans right now say they will not vote for Trump.
I
don't know how much that has changed since 2020.
She's carrying on the Chris Christie legacy.
But yeah,
she's basically taking Christie's shtick.
So a lot of people on the YouTube chat are saying that she's just staying into if Trump loses in 2024 to kind of be there on the sideline saying, see, I told you so, and setting herself up for 2028.
Well, I mean, when you temporarily suspend your campaign, as all of these individuals have done, DeSantis, Ramaswamy, Scott, you can always unsuspend your campaign. So I don't even know tactically if that's the soundest strategy.
This is Nikki Haley yesterday on Fox News. Cut 8. Phil, go.
So, the former president, Donald Trump, has come after you for not pledging to support the eventual nominee, which, of course, you had to pledge to support the eventual nominee to get the RNC, permit to go on these early debate stages. Now, what do you say about that? You answered the question yesterday, so I'll ask you again. Will you support the eventual nominee for the Republican Party?
Well, I think you should ask him if he would support the eventual nominee if it was me. I mean, nobody's asked him that, and I think that's the case. Look, the convention's not till July. There's a lot of time. I mean, I have said very clearly how much I think Joe Biden is a problem, how I think he's dangerous for our country, and how I think we need to go in a different direction. But I don't think Joe Biden or Donald Trump should be president. That's why I'm running. And I don't think a lot of other people think the same thing. Millions of people will vote tomorrow, and they're going to have their voices heard. This is not an anti-Trump movement. This is a pro-American movement. These are people who are tired of the wasteful spending, and Donald Trump's not talking about the fact that he put us $8 trillion in debt in 4 years. These are people who want to go and see a secure border, and they don't like the fact that Trump stopped Congress from trying to fix the bill and pass a strong border bill. This is about national security, where we should be preventing war, and Trump said he would stand with Putin as he invaded our allies. It's a totally different set of policies that we're talking about, that we want to see America go in a strong direction. And so I think people will have the chance to vote tomorrow, and it's going to be a great day.
The fact that she thinks that border deal should have been done and was a good deal tells you everything you need to know about her sinister intentions. I mean, this is a woman right now that is down, 276 to 43? Trump, there's 895 or 845 delegates or something like that available tonight into the wee hours of the morning. Well, when we wake up and we come in here tomorrow morning to talk about it, I mean, Trump's going to be sitting on about 1,000. I mean, he's going to be 85% of the way there. It's like, just go home. Well, what is he going to endorse me if I win? We don't have to worry about that.
Is she? Here's what I wonder about her and what they're plotting, because she keeps talking about the convention, and we've heard that, there are different pathways if a party really doesn't want somebody. So Nikki Never Trumper, is she, colluding with others in the party to try to steal this away or whatever? I will just tell you, if that's what she's doing, she will tee up somebody else. So let's just say, God forbid, let's just say that in the Supreme SCOTUS goes in whatever, late July, early June, sometime in July, and they rule that he does not have immunity. Mm-hmm. And then let's just say in these criminal persecutions,
they're going to rule that he doesn't have immunity.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
broad.
Yes.
I think that they're going to say you don't have broad immunity.
They're 100%
but
yes.
But I think they're going to say you have some level of immunity dealing with, international stuff. But I think that they're not going to give the broad immunity. And I agree with you, Greg. So what's Nikki? It does concern me that she keeps talking about the convention. I'm thinking, what is she plotting? I'm simply saying, even if in her imagination, her dream, it's still not going to be her.
So does that open the door once again for
mustard?
That's the question, right? Because if it's not Trump and it's not Nikki, then it's got to be DeSantis, who, by the way, and I've said this many times, looks smarter every single day. I mean, he dropped out back on January 21st. That was 6 weeks ago. He probably stuck around a little bit too long, but nobody remembers that he stuck around too long because she just won't go home.
And because, then at some point he was gracious. He endorsed Trump. He's the policy guy. He is certainly right of Trump. He's more conservative than most of those candidates. Right. But who would that person be if this dream scenario of never Trump or Nikki Haley would take place? I still submit to you, she's banking on it. It's not going to be her. So because people are going to blame her.
And then Joe's going to fall off of his bike in late July, and we're going to have a Gavin versus DeSantis election after all.
Just so you don't fall off your bike.
No. I ride 65 miles on a bike.
I know you do.
Let me ask you guys both this question. I'm going to get to Trump here in 1 second. But let me ask you guys both this question. Right now, on March 5th, 2024, is Joe Biden the Democratic nominee for president?
No.
Dawn?
I say he is.
Me too.
All right.
But, okay, there's a chance.
Yeah.
Because he seems so frail. Mm-hmm. But I think it's Trump Biden. I think that's who we've got.
Speaking of Trump, he held a press conference yesterday. By the way, the press conference was a little awkward. Like, stand in front of a podium or something. He's just kind of standing between two flags.
Yeah.
And he's doing the accordion thing with his hands where he's
his hands are very interesting, aren't they?
Just like he needs to they need to his advanced man needs to put a prop in front of him or something.
Well, there
because it's
isn't. I have the same problem as well. When I speak publicly in front of a crowd and I'm not in front of a podium where, like, from the waist down, I'm protected. Protected. I don't know where that came from. Protected. So nobody can give me a crotch shot. Like, if I don't have a place for my hands, I feel uncomfortable with my hands. Like, I want to put them in my pocket.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I want to wrap my arms like this. Like, I'm always doing something with my hands because I just feel like a fish out of water.
Yeah. I agree with you, but he needs to be put in a situation where he can have a podium or something in front of him so he doesn't have to do accordion hands.
Right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Putin became very rich because at $100 a barrel, he's got so much money to fight a war. At $40 a barrel, he doesn't have the money to fight a war.
I don't mind.
But he wouldn't have done it anyway because I told him not to.
Can we pause it real quick?
Yeah, hang on. Want to thank all
You know what we should get? This is where Sean Farash needs to do an impersonation and then, like, do the accordion hands himself and have somebody Photoshop an accordion, like, digitally in between his hands and go like this.
They've done that. They've done that. They've 100% done that.
Do like the polka.
Yeah. All right.
All of you for being here. I think it's a very big day for America. I think it's a very big day for liberty, and I think it's just a great day for this country. Again, I hope it's unifying like I think, but it is. It's a big step toward unification. I hope that the justices, because they'll be working on some other cases, but one in particular.
So here he goes.
Presidents have to be given total immunity. They have to be allowed to do their job. If they're not allowed to do their job, it's not what the founders wanted, but perhaps even more importantly, it will be terrible for our country. Thank you all very much.
I tell you what, I thought his demeanor and his tone was very good yesterday. He did not spike the football and celebrate and get 15 yards for unnecessary celebration. I think he knows this is just one step and one victory in a long battle. That certainly there are other elements, we've talked about it with the immunity, that could go against him to some degree or to a larger degree. So, and I played the clip in the Big Take where he says, you know, Joe, don't have judges and prosecutors fight your battles for you. I thought that was maybe his most braggadocious statement, but it was very accurate. And the way he delivered it, I thought was very good.
I liked the fact I watched it on a raw feed, then I was skimming around. I liked the fact that Kayleigh McEnany, who obviously worked for him, gave him an A+. Said that that was a general election statement. He was reserved. He was perfect. She just said, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, it was perfect, and I would agree.
When has Kayleigh McEnany not given him an A+ on anything?
No.
Come on.
She has, Greg.
Well, he'll give her a B-. Didn't he call her milquetoast?
Yes. Yes, she has.
Yeah, of course.
She has been, and by the way, people who said, oh, he's this and that, he's sexist. No, he's not. The fact that he was tough on Kayleigh and he's been tough on her shows her the respect. He knows she's smart. And you can be tough with somebody when you have confidence, they have confidence.
I think he was tougher on her than he was Sarah.
Yeah.
Because I think Sarah had more chops for the job initially.
Yes.
I think McEnany, not that she was bad, but she was kind of somewhat learning on the fly.
Yes.
And
Trump is McEnany's maker. I mean, 100%.
1,000%. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of, I mean, he made so many people into national names. But my point about this is he knows how, look at how serious he knows that ruling that's coming up this summer, it's huge. It is everything. If they give him enough in there, because it's going to be a precedent setting, no Supreme Court in our nation's history has ruled on that issue. So even if they say, okay, you don't have broad immunity, but you have such and such certain level of immunity, that ruling could make or break what's going to move forward then with the criminal probes.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does Jack Smith do, right? Because this is precedent setting that they would put somebody on trial when they are the leading candidate. By then, Trump will be the presumptive nominee. And so you're thinking about less than 6 months before a major presidential election, Jack Smith. Really?
Yeah.
Let the people be the judge and jury. And quite frankly, I think regular American people, I don't need to be some expert or legal expert. I think that we all, with our American, our education, our life skills, everything. Let us decide at the polls. Let us either convict or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let us decide.
Yeah, Americans have the right to reject any politician. That's why I sit there and say, when people, I've got some buddies that love Trump, but they're not going to vote because they think their vote doesn't matter. And I'm trying to tell them and convince them, like, dude, your vote does
That's a
matter.
shame.
Get out and go. Like, elections we talk about it all the time. When we mock progressive cities for electing these left-wing psychos that decriminalize everything, we sit there and say, well, you know what? You signed up for it. Elections have consequences. So it works both ways.
And to your point, I think that's why it was wise that just within the last week, Trump started saying, let's make it too big to rig.
Yeah.
He's no longer saying that the election was stolen. He's stopped so far that I've seen that talking point, because what he's doing, when anybody says an election is stolen, what they're saying is, well, you have no hope. You have no chance. They're going to do such and such and do nefarious things and steal this and that. So why vote?
Right.
Stay home.
Well,
and we've seen people stay home because of that.
You can't use the S word when you have an R in front of your name. But when you're Stacey Abrams or Hillary Clinton, you can deny election results till the cows come home, and they put you on mainstream TV.
Hillary Clinton's still saying it.
Yeah,
Nobody
illegitimate president.
Bothered. Yeah.
A few more here from old accordion hands. He took questions. Actually, I think he just took one question after the Supreme Court victory. But he did say, look, all I want is a safe border. I want to stop wars. I want to stop the war in Ukraine and Russia, and wants to stop what's happening in Israel. I think that resonates with a lot of people. Cut 9, Phil, go.
I want to win based on my policies are better. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to get interest rates down. You're going to be able to buy homes again. I mean, you can't buy a home today. The interest rates are so high. I want to win on safe borders. I want to stop wars. I want to stop the war in Ukraine with Russia. I want to stop what's happening in Israel. Israel would have never been attacked if I were president. Ukraine would have never, ever been attacked if I was president. You wouldn't have had inflation. Inflation was caused by high energy prices. I had low energy prices. I would have kept them there very easily. And it probably maybe caused the war with Ukraine because Putin became rich all of a sudden. It went up so much, and I watched President Biden talking about Putin. Putin became very rich because at $100 a barrel, he's got so much money to fight a war. At $40 a barrel, he doesn't have the money to fight a war.
Are you seeing the visual?
But he wouldn't have done that anyway because I told him not to.
Yeah.
So I just
I'm sorry.
want to thank all of you for being here. I think it's a very big day for America. I think it's a very big day for liberty, and I think it's just a great day for this country. Again, I hope it's unifying like I think, but it is. It's a big step toward unification. I hope that the justices, because they'll be working on some other cases, but one in particular, presidents have to be given total immunity. They have to be allowed to do their job. If they're not allowed to do their job, it's not what the founders wanted, but perhaps even more importantly, it will be terrible for our country.
I will say this about Trump, and I want to bring DeSantis into the picture and Joe Biden. So think about the three of them for a moment. Here's why Trump does so well with results, and not to say that DeSantis doesn't on a governor's level, but from a presidential aspiration standpoint, he missed. Think about this. DeSantis is all about the culture wars, the schools, the DEI stuff. Not to say he's not good economically or, trying to provide aid for the border and things like that. But he was kind of a champion of the culture wars. Joe's got the CHIPS Act. Joe has, I'm going to fight junk fees and shrinkflation. All of these issues are so minuscule in the grand scheme of politics. What makes Trump very good is he focuses on the 3 or 4 core issues that truly matter: the economy, the border, global wars and peace. And just think about it. Those are the 3 or 4 things right now: the safety and security of America through the southern border, immigration, the economy, and 2 conflicts, 2 wars going on in the Middle East and Russia, Ukraine. It's like when you're doing, I've always subscribed to this theory in radio: play the hits, focus on the big issues that matter. Don't get into all the minutia and being the smartest guy in the room and trying to educate everybody. Play the hits because that's what your audience cares about. And I think that's what your electorate cares about. We want to have more money in our pocket. We want nobody coming through our border. And we're sick of wars. And Trump understands that. And that message resonates. He's not trying to be the smartest guy. He's just saying, hey, I'm just like the rest of you guys. These 3 or 4 things, those are my core issues, and I'm going to try to fix them. So there you go. All right, 855-839-1210 to jump in. That'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big 3 at 8, and then also we've got a trio of unbelievable stories from Doritos to high school teachers and peanut butter to also what's going on out in California with a Senate race featuring a former Major League Baseball All-Star that I think this audience will certainly recall. We'll do all of that as we continue. Kayal and Company, back after this.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. I think about all the memories we've made. I was looking back the other day at video and pictures, birthdays, anniversaries, special dinners, right there in my kitchen. If your kitchen or maybe one of your bathrooms is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, Pennsylvania, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or that bathroom back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bathroom. And right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and Kitchen Magic is also offering 10% off your total remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Somebody asked me earlier what I think has a better chance of happening. Nikki Haley winning any state today on Super Tuesday, or the Sixers at -2.5 tonight against the Brooklyn Nets. I'm taking the Nets +2.5 today, but I would say it's a better chance that the Sixers cover the 2.5. Bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account, you'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score an even bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget, FanDuel.com/Greg. 21 and over. President PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the time of year to enjoy your life. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Live your best life this spring and summer. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Out where the river broke, the bloodwood and the desert oak, holding wrecks and boiling diesels, steam at 45 degrees.
Kayal Company rolling on live here on a Tuesday morning, Super Tuesday, as the primaries have rolled into 15 different states for Republicans, 15 states for Democrats. 13 of the 15 for Republicans in the form of a primary, 2 in the form of a caucus. We will be all over that throughout the day, the evening, and the late night hours. And certainly we will report back to you in the morning with the results. 855-839-1210. Also have a very interesting graph that I just saw on Twitter when it comes to states and identification to vote and cast a ballot. We'll mention that here in just a few moments. But first, let's get to some news. 8:33. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8:33.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal Company.
Since you talked about President Joe Biden, and he's scheduled this week, obviously Thursday, to deliver his State of the Union address to a joint session of Congress, guess who will be among the dignitaries? Philadelphia's own Mayor Sherrell Parker will attend the State of the Union address before the joint session of Congress. So Parker will be a guest of longtime friend and political ally, U.S. Representative Dwight Evans, obviously a Democrat. And Biden, by the way, scheduled to stump in the Philadelphia area this Friday. Next Thursday, we look forward to Mayor Parker's delivering her first State of the Union version, if you will, the mayor's budget address. So it'll be a major moment for Parker.
So he will have Sherrell there on Thursday, as well as the female from Texas for from that abortion case, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Well, he's going for all the emotional strings, isn't he?
And then another Philly connection is that the Progressive Working Families Party, which we've talked a lot about, has tapped council member Nicholas O'Rourke to deliver its response to the president's speech. So watch for that. So a lot of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania presence. We're also learning new details on the situation with the state trooper and that controversial traffic stop on the Vine Street Expressway that has gone viral, and everybody's still talking about it. So according to internal documents as well as the state police, they've publicly released some information about the identity of the arresting officer in this case, identified as Trooper Andrew Zaborowski. By the way, a 2023 graduate of the academy, fairly recent, and he was given a leadership award at that time and started work in Philadelphia just this past September. So he is state police saying that Trooper Zaborowski was not wearing a body cam. This has become a huge issue. And I reported on this yesterday because when this was breaking, I was getting a lot of messages from law enforcement saying, if only they had the body cameras, what is taking so long? So they started, it was budgeted back in, I'll say, the summer of less than 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is forcing the fact that they're going to expedite these body cams.
So they started this in the summer of 22?
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah.
As I recall, that's when. But even then, Nick, they were only giving out a little over 1,000, so it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And some of those cameras were the dash cam. Now he did have the dash cam, and there was also a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So they captured a lot of it.
Now, as far as the body cam goes, it's I guess a mandate, a rule of law. Once they have that those need to be activated at all times when you interact with anybody for any, whether it's a traffic stop or any sort of other criminal probable cause situation.
Yes.
Okay.
And so they're saying because of this, on both sides, everybody's saying if you had the body cam, and especially for law enforcement, I think they feel that it's sometimes their only defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the tape doesn't lie.
Yep. And so now Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, Pennsylvania State Police, remember him from more recently, you saw him all over the airwaves during the Cavalcante search. So he had said within the next 3 to 4 weeks, they're going to all have these body cameras.
All right.
I can tell you that that is per Governor Josh Shapiro.
Okay.
Shapiro said, get the body cams. So there's some concerning wordings, even though a lot of this is standard operating procedure. But there was another meeting with one of the biggity bigs with the state police yesterday, and this was in Harrisburg, and said that the video that had gone viral was concerning. So we'll see what happens here. There's no charging decision. DA Krasner has said they want an even-handed investigation, and so they're awaiting the investigation, not charging the two individuals who clearly had multiple. Their vehicles were in violation, and there were multiple reasons that the dash cam clearly shows that there was justified cause to pull over the one vehicle. That's the latest. But
Even-handed investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, Lara.
I know, and this does involve, an individual who has been hailed as the first and highest level trans person who was named to an executive position within the mayor's administration.
So was this formerly a biological male that became a female?
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay.
So this checks all the boxes.
And so Darius married somebody that was a guy that is now a girl.
The most telling thing in this is when the husband was down on the ground. He goes, "This is because I'm black, isn't it?" You knew what the mindset,
of course,
already going into this was.
Yes,
you knew this was going to be an issue.
That's we mentioned yesterday too. That state trooper. You talk about hitting the bad bingo card.
Yep, exactly.
That's the bad one right there.
Yep.
I mean, I do. This arresting officer Andrew Zaborowski.
Yeah.
He got the trifecta of bad bingo lottery cards.
Yeah, I would be knocking back a lot of whiskey these days as I sit on leave, because knowing this climate, even if you did nothing wrong, the assumption is you're wrong. This was racial profiling.
Whenever we have one of these cases, you see many in law enforcement will come out and say, well, this wasn't good. This wasn't. They talk about protocol training. I am not seeing criticism.
No,
I'm not.
I haven't seen a word.
I'm the only criticism I'm routinely seeing is law enforcement and the public. Everybody's saying, why wasn't this guy wearing a body cam? But other than that, I think it appears by all accounts he did indeed follow the training.
I also want to know why that guy was wearing a lavender sweatsuit.
That was a lovely pinkish lavender.
Reminded me of the Joker back in the original Batman.
So we've got all that going on. Number 3, I really have to just stick with Jason Kelce and talk about Jason Kelce. I loved his news conference. Made my week.
Is there any doubt if he jumped into politics that he would be an elected official? I mean, I'm talking about any level. City council, he would punch his own ticket.
But he's in that inspiration category. I know that he'll probably get a huge, big broadcasting contract.
Oh, he is a media lock.
Right? I want him to be a mummer, an honorary mummer. Please come out for the mummers parade.
He should co-host with you and Larry next year.
He should.
Yes.
I was going to do this in the cut sheet, but Dawn brought it up, so I might as well do it now. Phil, if you can grab cut 17 here, Phil. This is him getting emotional, announcing his retirement and praising his wife, his brother Travis, in a very emotional speech. Cut 17, Phil, go.
And so this all brings us here to today, where I announce that I am retiring. Where I announce I'm retiring from the NFL after 13 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. I won't forget the Eagles' Christmas party in 2014 and heading out afterwards with a bunch of my teammates to Buffalo Billiards, where my life would change forever. That night, I'd meet my future wife. I still remember the moment she walked through the door. The first instance is burned in my retina. It was like she glided through the opening.
Wow.
An aura around her.
Nice. Knows everything to say.
Then she started talking. And I thought, man,
this is it.
Is this what love feels like? She was beautiful and smart, serious yet playful. I knew it right away.
Wow.
That's exactly what Nathan Wade said about Fonnie Willis. No, he hits all the right notes there. I like the sniveling of the snot. Go back up the nose, down the throat. That's a good move by you. You're showing some emotion. He's got 3 beautiful daughters.
Yes.
He's a dad girl. He wears it on his sleeve. That's nice work out of him.
Speaking of him being a father, he also brought that up. I guess I think we're having a problem with the video, guys. I think our
Are we getting flagged?
No,
It's not
no,
on?
no.
Okay.
Our video system in the back crashed. Yeah.
Oh.
So
Of all days.
Oh, well, you know what, radio audience, you get a victory.
Oh my God!
Stick it to the YouTube crowd.
Okay. Just in case we can do this, this is cut 4, Phil. Go.
Also given me 3 beautiful girls
Oh, there
and a
we go.
life that increasingly brings me more fulfillment off the field than it does on. We've had a great run, Kai. I am a product of my upbringing. I think one of the best things a person can be in this world is a father. A father who is present, loving, devoted, just may be the greatest gift a child could ask for in our society. And I have a damn good one. My father believed in me more than anyone.
There you go.
Jason Kelsey saying, "Make fathers great again." Nice work. And by the way, so we had the visual there. How about him doing a retirement speech with a cutoff shirt on? Is that not
that's
in perfect
Show
character?
some arm.
That's Jason Kelsey. Right?
That's him in a nutshell, right?
Show some arm, baby.
Yeah.
He needs a tan on that upper.
Oh,
Can I tell you something? I stand by. Remember we had the debate about sexiest man alive, and he made the list?
Yeah.
When he speaks about his wife right there, that every woman, I mean, your
That does it for
heart-
you, Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like sexiest man alive.
Yeah?
I
Wow.
want to stop the steal. That whoever did that count, what was it, People Magazine, and he's definitely sexiest man alive.
So you find as a female, you find Jason Kelsey more attractive than Travis Kelsey.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yes.
You know what? I don't think you're alone in that.
Yeah.
I think people look at. I think there's a group of females out there that say Jason Kelsey's just
He's a
big
man.
a big protective manly teddy, and he's also a teddy bear as well,
Yes.
right?
Teddy
like
bear.
he knows how to turn it off when he gets off the field.
Yes.
He goes from being like a gladiator to Danny Tanner.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's a manly man.
He is.
You know what I mean? He's not like a.
He looks like a Viking.
Yeah. I love him, and I think.
What do you think he'd do to Alvin Bragg?
I think it's great that he stays out of politics because he offers so much as far as leadership, talking about things like fatherhood, what it is to be a great community member, what it is to be a great husband.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that he fits very well in that lane. And I think as a broadcaster, and I'm sure they're fighting over him right now for good reason.
Oh yeah.
But I think as a broadcaster, even when he makes comments like that, that's leadership.
Yeah. There's a bunch of brand managers out there like Stocker just lining up to dump lots of money into Jason Kelsey's pocket.
Yeah, they can't afford him. They can't.
No,
With the state of radio these days,
No,
they can't.
not radio. I'm thinking this guy's going TV.
Yeah.
This guy's going to be in like a major
100%.
network booth.
You know, Odyssey should, I believe, they should back up the Brinks truck and pay him whatever he wants to do a radio show.
Yeah, if he wants to co-host with me, Kelsey and Kale sounds like a nice little Kelsey, Kale and Company. How about
Dream
that?
on.
We got a
dream.
we got a Kelsey Kale Republican ticket. We can bring
dream.
Philadelphia back to the GOP.
All right, we have to break.
All right. And by the way, I have no idea if Jason Kelsey's a Republican. I just think Travis is a liberal. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 8 o'clock hour. And then speaking of great endeavors and causes, cancer affects all of us. And we will talk to the Temple basketball coach about that big event coming up. And we'll do that in just about 15 minutes. Stay right there.
You know, this is the time of year to enjoy life, right? It's starting to feel like spring and then summer beyond that. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing everything you love to do and that you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and then repair your damaged joint tissue. It's pretty amazing. And by the way, pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades. They've known about it, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us. So now you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, whatever it is, run on the beach, play some Frisbee. You can move again pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients, and so many of you have told me, Dawn, I feel like a new person. Seriously, everybody's reclaiming their mobility thanks to QC Kinetics. You got to do this. Take action. Live your best life this spring, this summer. By the way, it's a great use of your tax refund check. Just call them. QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We can serve our weakness or we can serve our purpose. Not both.
From Angel Studios comes Cabrini, based on the powerful true story of Francesca Cabrini, one courageous woman on an unbelievable mission to build an empire of hope and care for society's most vulnerable.
This project is overly ambitious, perhaps unrealistic.
We are bold or we die.
Cabrini, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 8th. Go to angel.com/Cabrini.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.850 Super Tuesday, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210, on social media at 1210 WPHT. You can listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you download that today. Hit the follow button as well. Watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Newman Price always delivers. Never disappoints. He photoshopped a picture of Trump's hands with the accordion at CPAC, and he captions it by saying, "Performing live on Kayal and Company."
It's awesome.
Maybe Sean Farash on Thursday can play the accordion for us when he joins us. We will be joined in just about 9 minutes or so. Adam Fisher, the first-year head coach at Temple Basketball, big-time event, Odyssey, the official media partner for this amazing cause with cancer and coaches throughout the city. We will talk about that great endeavor coming up in just a few minutes. But just to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, I mentioned this before the news, and I think this is worth sharing, and it's important because we always talk about election integrity and voter ID, and today's a major primary day, and these next 6 weeks will be very fascinating as we ramp up for November. But did you know, and I got this, Joel Berry is the managing editor for the Babylon Bee, and he put up a graphic showing state by state how voting ID and photo ID to cast ballots are done throughout this country. And sadly, here we are in the United States of America in 2024. Only 11 of the 50 states require a photo ID to cast a ballot. And I'll give you some of the details in a moment. I tweeted this out. You can see it for yourself. There's 11 states that are shaded in red. 11 of the 50 require this, and that would be Wyoming, working from west to east, Wyoming, Kansas, Missouri, Wisconsin, Indiana, Ohio, and then you go down to the south, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Not even Florida, believe it or not. And if you're looking and you're following along on my Twitter, at Nick Kayal, you'll see this. There's some states that are shaded in like a forest dark green, a lighter green, and an orange. And what that means, so the red states that I mentioned, not red as in voting Republican, but red from a color chart on this map of the United States. Red means photo ID is required and additional steps required for voters to cast a ballot if the voter does not have required ID. That's 11 states. The dark green, non-photo ID or other identifying information requested, but no additional steps required to the voter for the voter to cast a ballot. The lighter green shade, photo ID is requested, but no additional steps required for the voter to cast a ballot. And then in orange, non-photo ID is required. This is when we talk about election integrity and making sure everything is on the up and up. This is what we are talking about. And it is remarkable. And I did not know this. So I'm learning something today here on the fly, that only 11 of our 50 states take what I would say are the most stringent, strictest measures to ensure you are who you claim to be, and now you can go ahead and cast your ballot. Really stunning if you think about it in this country.
But I think about 38 states have some form of ID.
Not enough.
So, that's a piece of it that you can show. And that's my question. What of those 38, what does that look like? Is it a state ID? Now, if it's
is it a driver's license?
No, I think in some there's a non-photo ID.
Well, what does a non-photo ID prove? Like, oh, hey, my name's Bob Johnson. Okay, can I match up your name with your face with a photo? Like, I mean, I don't know how you convince people you are who you claim to be without a photo ID. I mean, if I'm just given some sort of identification that says Greg Stocker on it and I roll up, they don't know if I'm Greg Stocker or Nick Kayal, unless they watch the show, of course.
But I think Florida you do have to show a picture ID. You have to show some ID, but I think in some states, it's a very loosey-goosey.
Yep, I agree. All right, that segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you're renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. TommyD's.com. Adam Fisher, head coach of Temple basketball, right here on the flagship station for Temple Hoops. He's next. Final hour. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
When people keep repeating, that you'll never fall in love.
9 o'clock, straight up hour number 4 underway here on a Tuesday morning, Super Tuesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Morning Mystery Movie clip in about 20 minutes' time. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, coming up at the bottom of the hour. But right now, we take a little detour from the world of news and politics as we welcome in the head coach of your Temple Owls basketball program, Adam Fisher, joining us here on the flagship of Temple Hoops. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Doing great. Good morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
How's everything going for you, sir?
Great. Getting ready for another game, and nothing like being in Philadelphia.
I hear that. We will talk about a lot of those things, but I want to start with this because Odyssey is a media partner here for this amazing cause with Coaches versus Cancer. What does it mean for you, Coach Fisher, to be involved? And this is your first time around as the head coach of Temple, obviously in your first year. You know, to be involved with something that really matters to almost everybody, because I don't know anybody in my personal life and circle that hasn't had to deal either directly or indirectly with the terrible disease known as cancer. So from a humanity standpoint, how much pride do you take in being involved with something like this?
You take great pride, right? It's touched everybody, and it's just what you do here in the city of Philadelphia. It's just so unique and it's so special. I've been to some other places that try to do one event, or you try to do a golf outing, but the way we attack it here to help so many people, you know, I think it's the 28th year of the Philadelphia Coaches versus Cancer program, which raised over $20 million, which is incredible. And it's just to get all the coaches together, to get the city together for a great cause throughout the year. It's just something I take great pride in. It's something for me to be special to be a part of.
You know, I think you and I are about the same age. I just turned 40. And I remember, in high school, in junior high school, in college, I'm an '06 grad from Temple myself. It was John Chaney's last year. But you had Fran Dunphy, you had Phil Martelli, you had Bruiser Flint at LaSalle. I mean, there were so many coaches that were involved with what you're talking about, going on almost 3 decades. So to join that group of coaches that were not only great coaches, not only awesome personalities to cover, but just downright good humans for great causes, that's got to be something that you take pride in.
Yeah, it's awesome. I've known Coach Dunphy a while. I'm excited that we get to honor him and his wife and Coach Martelli and Judy Martelli this year at the 20th anniversary of the coaches' basketball gala. So it's neat. As a kid in Bucks County, I used to go to the Phil Martelli basketball camp, a team camp, and you look up to Coach Dunphy. He doesn't like that I remind him about that stuff. But, just being a part and, I have they've been so great to me since I got the job. Coach Dunphy at all these events comes up, says hello, talks to me. I'm like, man, I'm sitting up here next to Fran Dunphy. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So it's a great experience. They've done a great way of, helping young coaches to understand, not just the game of basketball, right? You have to understand, especially this area, Philadelphia, and then an organization like this, Coaches versus Cancer, being a part of the Big Five, like, it's something that's really, really special. That I don't take for granted. It's something important to me since the day I've got the job. So just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, you mentioned you're a Bucks County guy. Obviously, you're now coaching in the city, so you probably grew up 20, 30 minutes from North Broad. But you're also a Penn State alum from 2006. What's it mean to be back home, essentially, in your neck of the woods coaching? And when you were growing up, were you more of a Penn State guy, which obviously has a big following in this area, or were you more of a city guy with the schools like Temple and Villanova?
It's a great question. It's great to be back here. My parents still live in Bucks County. My wife, Rebecca, her family lives in Bucks County, so we have a little 3-year-old. So we got some great built-in babysitters right away when you move back this way.
Yeah.
My brother, his whole family. So everybody's here. The only hard part is game day because it costs me about 40 to 50 tickets here at the Leocore Center every game day. But it's a dream come true. I grew up, my dad, we watched Big Five games. So the Big Five, like, our first Big Five game this year versus Drexel, like, I treated it like an NCAA tournament game. I was like that amped up because it means that much to me, the Big Five. So grew up a huge Big Five fan. Obviously, I worked at Villanova, too, for a couple of years, so I got to feel a piece of that working under Coach Wright. So, I grew up a Penn State fan. My whole family went to Penn State, and the rest of my family went to Temple. So now we have enough gear for both. Everybody in the family you either went to Penn State or Temple, so we got plenty of T-shirts for both schools. But it's a dream come true to be back here in Philadelphia in such an amazing program. Like you said, you got Harry Litwack, John Chaney, Fran Dunphy, Aaron McKee is a legend to me. Yep. So you had to be a part with those guys. It's something really special. And then all the great players that came to Temple. Like, that's why I tell everybody, this is a players program. Mm-hmm. They built this. So any chance we can get alumni back, we have a wall that they sign. I let them speak to the team, and I tell them, like, I hate to say it, there's going to be another head coach after me at some point. I hope it's not for a very, 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 very long time. But the players are always going to be a part of this. Mm-hmm. This is their program. They built this. And I think it's important for our team to understand all the great players and great teams that came before us.
Adam Fisher, the head coach of Temple basketball, joining us here on Kayal and Company on the home for Temple basketball. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Coach, mostly we talk news, we talk politics, we talk social issues, occasionally some pop culture and entertainment, and a little bit of sports. And I want to ask you about something that I thought was very interesting that Jason Kelce said yesterday in his retirement speech with the Philadelphia Eagles. He talked about the importance of fathers in the lives of their children. How rewarding is it for you as a coach, going beyond the X's and O's? You get players sometimes that maybe didn't have a father figure in their life. What type of pride do you take in shaping and molding young men for life beyond hoops? Because the reality is most guys that play at college level, they're not going to the NBA.
Yeah, it's the best, right? You get to... obviously the transfer portal's changed some of this, but you get to know some young men and their families when they're 15, 16 years old, and then they come into your program and they leave when they're 23, right? Think about when you're 15 and when you're 23, the changes you make throughout your life, and to get to be a small part of that. So we teach a lot of life lessons here. That's why I hired a great staff. I wanted great husbands, great fathers on our staff to help mentor young men. And, a lot of the things we talk about, sports can relate to real life. everything. Being on time, things that don't require talent, things that stand out. We practiced the first day of practice. My team thought I was nuts. We worked on how to shake somebody's hand, how to introduce yourself, look somebody in the eye, and say your name, and these are the things. I said, you're going to shake somebody's hand on this Temple campus. I don't know who it is, but they're going to change your life. It's going to be a professor. Maybe it's in athletics. Maybe it's a dean, but it's somebody that's going to change their life forever. And that's what we want to do right here. And I think that's our job, is to help educate. And I look at coaching as being educators. The gym is my classroom, right? I tell our guys all the time, would you take your cell phone out at practice? So why the heck would you take it out in the classroom? It's the same thing. These are the life lessons that we need to teach the young men. And that's something we've tried to instill from day one.
Odyssey proud to serve as the media partner for the Philly Coaches versus Cancer program, obviously for the American Cancer Society. The tip-off breakfast coming up at the Palestra, right on the floor of that really prestigious venue. Tell us a little bit about how people can get involved, whether it's for tickets, whether it's for donations, websites. What can my audience do to help all of you guys in this fight against this awful thing known as cancer?
I think the most important thing is anything helps. Sometimes people think, if I don't give this or that, any little bit helps. And I know that phillycvc.org has all the information. We're proud to partner. I know Allie Gill does a lot of work. She and her team do a great job working with the American Cancer Society. And it's just an amazing cause. And it's, I think seeing Philadelphia come together is special. So I think visiting that website, ways to buy tickets, like you said, Monday, March 18th, we have the 26th Coaches versus Cancer Tournament tip-off breakfast. So excited for that. I think we're honoring Frank Scioli, the longtime Pennsbury girls basketball coach, who's also been one of the top supporters. And then obviously the basketball gala, which is a great night. I got to do it right when I got the job. And that was a lot of fun last year, by honoring Coach Dunphy and, Coach Martelli and their family. It's a great thing. There's so many different ways to get involved, volunteer, money, financials, whatever it may be. But take a look at that website. And like I said, anything you can do to help attack this awful, awful thing of cancer would be fantastic.
Coach, best of luck. I know you're in the infancy stages of building up your program and getting it to where you want to be. I'm looking at the calendar. It's March. I want to start dancing in a couple of years. So I'm thinking, like a 6 seed or a 7 seed would be nice in a couple of seasons. I'm just saying.
I don't have great patience. I probably want it quicker than you do. Trust
you probably
me.
do.
We did it last year, and I told our guys there's nothing like it. There's nothing like seeing your name pop up on that screen, and it's special. And I have our guys look at the banners at all the gyms we play, and I say, look at the Leah Center. This is a place that's used to playing in March. We need to get back there where that's the norm. Yep. It's not that it shouldn't be a surprise to be in March. That should be what we need to do every year. So we're excited to get this thing going, and you guys are a great partner. We appreciate everything you guys do.
Well said, Coach. And again, phillycvc.org is the website. Thank you for your time. Keep up the great work, and we'll talk down the road.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Adam Fisher, head coach of your Temple Owls, which you can hear right here on 1210 WPHT, in addition to Penn State football and Penn State basketball, correct?
Absolutely.
I get all three of them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
Right, enough sports. You guys were talking basketball.
No, it's a great
Actually, we
cause.
weren't.
It's a great cause.
Yes, it was.
Always happy to support our partners for such a great cause.
There you go. 855-839-1210 to jump in. So we got to get to this Doritos story. What do I got? I got about 5 minutes here. Okay, this is perfect. Phil, let's have this Doritos clip ready. I know we were having video issues before.
We're good now.
Oh, okay, we are good.
Yeah.
So I don't understand where Doritos from a corporate level has been for the last calendar year. I teased this earlier. But Doritos could very well end up being the next company to be Bud Lighted.
Oh, boy.
And
is that a bad thing, though?
If you want to lose 30% of your market share, I guess it's the way to go. So this is the video that went viral yesterday on social media. So many people were commenting on this. And Doritos has apparently picked Samantha Hudson to be their brand ambassador over in Spain. Now, I haven't seen any of this advertised on television in the United States. But Samantha Hudson, according to all of these reports that I saw on social media as people were talking about this awful ad and this awful video that is going around as a spokesperson for Doritos, has apparently admitted in the past to being a pedophile.
What?
Identifies as a non-binary trans girl.
What?
Openly mocked victims of child rape and is an advocate for, quote, annihilating and completely destroying the traditional family.
And this is their spokesperson?
This person is one of their ambassadors in Spain. I don't know if that means just on a social media level like Dylan Mulvaney or if this person has shown up in TV campaigns. But Phil, if you could, let's play this clip with Samantha Hudson, spokesperson for Doritos.
Yo abogo por aniquilar y destruir por completamente, abolir la familia tradicional nuclear monógama. No es que vaya a darle una paliza a mis padres, ni mucho menos, pero creo que ya está bien de tener un canon estandarizado.
Hi, my name's Matt from the Off Topic Show. Did you boycott Bud Light when that Dylan Mulvaney thing went down? Did you boycott Google when the Gemini AI went woke? Well, guess what? We have a new one to add to the list. Doritos. Samantha Hudson. It's their Spanish brand ambassador, and well, I can't tell you some of the things this person wrote online, but I can just tell you this person wants to break apart the family home, and if that's not alarming to you, especially with a chip brand that appeals to kids, then I don't know what is.
So there is the recap of what transpired. Now, yes, that was in Spanish. For those watching on YouTube, you saw the subtitles in English. For those that were just listening on radio, I will translate.
That is one ugly dude.
Yes, it is. It makes Dylan Mulvaney kind of look attractive. I advocate for the abolition of destroy and annihilate the traditional monogamous nuclear family. Not that I'm going to beat up my parents, but enough of having a standardized canon. This is a very, very deranged individual. But here's what I would say, and I'm not even going to go on a Bud Light tangent. I'm going to just tell you what I think the Doritos consumer probably consists of. My guess is Doritos are consumed by children, stoned college students,
That's true.
and people on their lunch break or late night trips to a gas station or a convenience store.
Yeah.
So my message to Doritos would be this. Okay, this wasn't in the United States, but I'm assuming you probably do a bit of your market share globally in other countries and other continents. What is the point of bringing that? So I know what the point is. I won't even ask the question because I know it's about ESG and your social credit score. But I would ask to do a compare and contrast and analysis, a risk reward. And maybe these people have done it. But is it worth the social credit points to lose 30% of your market share? That's like the little calculus equation that these companies that feel the need to bring. And I don't care that you have but like what this person has been either accused of, has said themselves on their social media channel. Like, do we not vet individuals anymore?
No.
Like, it's the Shane Gillis thing from SNL all over again. If you didn't like Shane Gillis from what he did in 2016, well, then you should have known that before you hired him in 2019 and then fired him for basically viewpoints that you don't condone or adhere to. It's like the same thing with the comics, our boy Jim Florentine in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Why would that Seattle Comedy Club not vet Jim Florentine and his other 3 colleagues before booking them to perform at the club? Well, they don't align with our progressive values. Well, if you did your due diligence and your research, you never have to hire them in the first place. And then you never have to come out and offer up a lame mea culpa as to why you're now all of a sudden canceling said performer. Like, does nobody actually do any research anymore? Or do we just, do what we want and then say, oh, on second thought, so-and-so doesn't like this guy, let's get rid of him? I don't know. I'm not in a position of power. I just do a little talk radio show. I'm not in charge of everybody else. But if I was like an executive, I would make sure I have left no stone unturned before I bring somebody in on behalf of my company. Right? Like when Dawn was brought here and Greg brought me here, like we were vetted, we were interviewed multiple times, we did audition, whatever it might be. You probably knew most of what you needed to know about said employee. This is not difficult, folks.
Doritos sucks anyway.
By the way, Cool Ranch better than nacho cheese.
Doritos are terrible for you. So like if they go the way of the dinosaur, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But in this one,
more kids getting fat. Sorry.
What they're alleging is that they picked this brand ambassador, and this is not going over well in Spain, that allegedly admitted to being a pedophile, identifies as a non-binary trans girl, openly mocked victims of child rape.
Yep.
And advocate for, quote, annihilating, destroying, and abolishing the traditional family. So that they're saying that this person admitted to having a relationship with a 12-year-old child.
Who hires a warped pervert?
Somebody in
any walk of
Spain.
life?
Oh, my goodness.
To represent a major brand. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been in the chip game for a long time, but I would assume Doritos is still on the Mount Rushmore of chips. Maybe you'll get that on a sports station down the dial later in the summer when there's nothing to talk about. Rank your top 10 potato chips. 610. All right, we'll come back. Morning Mystery Movie clip is on the way. I'm just going to save every company from extinction. That's going to be my next task. We're back after this. Stay right there.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. Now is the time to book an ultimate kids spring break getaway at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Available March 24th through April 4th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. Stay 5 nights or more nights, and save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast included in all packages. Enjoy their indoor heated pool, restaurant, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-298-9145. That's 800-298-9145. 800-298-9145.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 1 million families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the 2 of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud.
We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and The Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage.
That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection, so we're offering 50% off.
Visit legacybox.com/value to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/value to save 50%. legacybox.com/value.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, I'm excited. The Eagles' home opener is in Brazil.
Jalen Hurts can't read defenses in English. How the heck's he gonna read them in Portuguese?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We'll do it live. Kayal Company as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a great day. Great start to your Super Tuesday. What's Nikki Haley's best case outcome? The NBC News Decision Desk will tell us in just a moment as we continue here on this Tuesday morning. What's on the cut sheet coming up in, let's call it 7 or 8 minutes. But right now, a little bit late, but that's okay. We're giving something away, so it's worth the wait. Time for the morning mystery movie clip that, by the way, folks, will include a little bit of the actual prize. You'll hear that in the beginning of this clip, and then it'll go into what we are asking you to identify as the mystery clip, which will get you to the prize.
Why don't you
Did
say...
I get that correctly?
Yeah, why don't you say what the prize is so people know what they're listening to?
No, I got to go back and find it now. I was trying to filibuster and find some time. I can't find it right now. Let's see here. No, you didn't text me. You sent me the email. I'm going to go back and find this. I got too much going on in here. Let's see here. It's that movie. No, it's not that movie. It's
Yes.
No, it's the movie. Yeah, it's
Cabrini.
Cabrini. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the copy.
I want to see this.
All right, okay.
This is by Angel Studios, right? The
Yes.
same producer who did. I always want to say
Sounds of Freedom. Yes, that's exactly who did it. It's
wanna see this.
kind of like an anti-woke thing. So it's going to start off with a little preview, and then it'll go into the movie clip.
Yeah.
There we go.
I need an orphanage with more room, where my children can be children, and I don't have to worry that a pimp will smack them in the face.
This is all I can do. Once a year contribution That should help a little. But allow me to make myself clear. You are not to solicit money from any American institution, or any American individual, for that matter. I will not have you begging your way through the Upper West Side. You are to solicit from Italians only.
You ask me to fund the needs of impoverished Italians. Entirely from impoverished Italians.
I am giving you an order, Mother.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
No, fugazi. It's fake.
Yeah, fugazi, fugazi. It's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not real. Right? All right? Right. Stay with me. Mm-hmm. We don't build anything. No. So if you got a client who bought stock at 8 and it now sits at 16 and he's all happy, he wants to cash in, liquidate, take his money and run home, you don't let him do that. Okay. Because that would make it real.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
All right, I got the prize finally. A pair of tickets of movie passes, I should say, to see Cabrini from the makers of Sound of Freedom. Experience the uplifting journey of Francesca Cabrini in Cabrini. Arriving in New York City in 1889, her daring mission transforms lives. Get your tickets to Cabrini now in theaters on International Women's Day, March 8th, which I believe is what? That's a Friday, if I have my calendar correct. Caller 12-855-839-1210. And the individual in that movie is celebrating his 49th birthday today. 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner as we continue here. All right, we got the morning, what's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up. I'm intrigued by this decision desk here because we've been mocking Nikki Haley, rightfully so, right, for sticking around in this race when she's got no path to victory. And I was just looking during the break because I haven't seen a poll anywhere that has her projected to be remotely close in any of these primaries that are going to be decided today and tonight. So NBC News has one of their digital decision desks that you can look at, and it's all digital and interactive. You can click on Haley, you can click on Trump, you can click on all of the states, and I'm going through this right now. The best case scenario for Nikki Haley in any states, when we're talking, they're actually projecting her to possibly, her best case scenario is she can actually pick up 6 delegates over Trump in Virginia. Nikki Haley, 27, Donald Trump, 21. So Virginia is an interesting spot to watch tonight. Minnesota, Trump with a very small lead. Again, this is best case scenario for Nikki, where she would only lose to Trump by a total of 3 delegates, 17-14. Colorado, not surprising, Trump 21, Haley 16. And then Vermont would be probably Nikki Haley's most friendly state, as she would win by 17. So I'll be interested to see not only if Nikki Haley can be competitive in any of these states tonight, but if she can actually win any of these. California, clean sweep, all 169 go to Trump. Texas, 146 to Trump, 15 to Haley. Trump's got Haley by 36 in Carolina, by 30, and these are delegates, by the way, in Tennessee, by all 50 in Alabama, all 43 in Oklahoma, and all 40 in Utah. Arkansas, Nikki gets 1, Trump gets 39. Maine, all 20 go to Trump. So take that for what it's worth. I think these are just projections and best case scenarios for Nikki Haley based on whatever data NBC is using here. I'm not sure if this is a collection of polls or where they are arriving at this conclusion, or if this is just like a Steve Kornacki, educated guess.
That's her best case scenario. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to, for all the people out there in the chat, Nick's too critical of Nikki Haley. Well, there's her path. Take of it what you will. All right, let's get to round number 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. So Bill Maher said something on his show the other night, Friday night, I guess it was. It was in his new rules, his last little bit that he does. And I want to ask both of your opinions on this as a strategy. You know, everybody's talking about Joe Biden's age. Bill Maher is under the impression, he thinks that Joe Biden should lean into his age.
Somebody said that months and months ago as well.
Because, as he correctly points out, who is the biggest voting bloc in the United States of America? It's older people.
Mm-hmm.
Younger people don't vote at all.
Right.
So I'm going to play this in 2 parts here because it's kind of long, so I broke it up into 2 parts here. I'm starting off here with cut 7, Phil, where he says that Joe Biden should lean in to his age. Cut 7, Phil, go.
Instead of trying to refute all the too old to be president slams, Joe must embrace them. Stop with the I'm sharper than ever. Nobody's buying that. Don't try to deny the age thing. Lean into it. Lean in. Lean in like you're eating soup. And just admit it. Say, yes, I'm bad with names, and I walk like a toddler with a full diaper.
There you go.
I don't remember who it was that said this months and months ago, but I'm paraphrasing. Somebody was saying that Joe should embrace it. With age comes wisdom.
I think that was him.
Was who?
It was Bill Maher who said that.
Was it Bill Maher?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a strategist or somebody, but I could be wrong. There's so many people with so many opinions. Yeah, Joe could. I mean, in theory, you could use that to your advantage, but you, the one who is in question, can't deliver the message. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not just botching names and fabricating tales and also telling bold, stone-cold lies. He can't put a sentence together. So even if he wants to sell you, hey, I've been doing this a long time, he can't say that because he's in cognitive decline. He can't read off a prompter. When you know it's bad when you are in front of donors and you need note cards.
Yeah. He continues here. This is cut 7B. Phil, go.
You're not following the demographics. In 2020, a record number of eligible voters under 24 came out as gay, but came out to vote, not so much. Less than half, but almost 72% of people over 65 voted. Those are your people, Joe, the Matlock crowd. Reach out to them. Reach out to them. Reach out like it's a wrong number at dinner. Take all your ads off Twitter and put them on CBS. Tell America I feel your joint pain. Let them love you. Let them love you as a relatable figure in a way only you can. You think you're the only old geezer who ever called LL Cool J LLJ Cool J? So, next Thursday, when the president delivers the State of the Union, I say he should let his old fart flag fly.
There you go.
Stephen Colbert, are you watching? Are you listening? Are you taking notes? Because Bill Maher's kind of funny, at least in my personal opinion. I've always liked his comedy. No, he's right. And by the way, I take offense to the Matlock crowd as somebody who grew up and enjoyed Matlock, even as a youngster. Yeah, that's me. So sign me up.
He's not wrong, though, as far as the demographics
right.
of people that vote.
No.
So.
The amount of people that are actually just clueless on politics and also not involved in the voting process. I mean, we're talking what would you say is rough estimate, just ballpark it, when people become consistent voters? 27, 28?
35.
35?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was off again, as usual with my numbers, but yeah. So, I mean, okay, yes. You know what's interesting? Think about this.
You need skin in the game. You need to own a house. You need to you need to pay taxes, and that's, by the way, getting later and later these days.
Right.
People owning houses, having decent jobs, and having any sort of skin in the game where they're not sponging off of their parents.
Think about this. Democrats, according to Bill Maher, should be going after the older 65-plus crowd.
Yep.
And about 2 months ago, Vivek Ramaswamy comes out and says Republicans need to get on TikTok.
I know.
Think about that. It's like Bizarro world,
It
right?
is. You're 100% right. You're 100% right with that. I don't know.
In an election this close, I would leave no demo unturned.
Yeah.
Every single one matters, from 18 to 110. White, black, gay, straight. Go after everybody.
So yesterday we played the clip of Kamala Harris basically saying we want a ceasefire now, right? At least for 6 weeks.
We're going to take a temporary pause.
And a lot of people have saying, like myself, said that this is kind of a departure from what Joe Biden has been saying. Well, she would like you to know, she said yesterday, that it is that her and the president are aligned and consistent with each other, which means they are not, since she had to say this. Cut 6, Phil, go.
And I have been aligned and consistent from the very beginning. Israel has a right to defend itself. Far too many Palestinian civilians, innocent civilians have been killed. We need to get more aid in. We need to get the hostages out. And that remains our position.
There you go.
Is she speaking out of turn, or is this just such a disjointed
nothing is out of turn,
administration?
Nothing is out of turn.
Think about. I mean, she's coming out again right there, and I said this yesterday, and I'll repeat it. Say what you want about her, but she was very blunt, point blank. Period. Like, she said what the intentions are. Meanwhile, our president last week is breaking news as he's woofing down a waffle cone. I've been told that we could have something as soon as Monday. That doesn't inspire confidence, Joe.
Yeah.
You've been told? You're the stinking president of the United States. What do you mean you've been told? And how does your Veep beat you to the punch? It's a bad look for him.
Apparently, they are working on a ceasefire for at least 6 weeks. That's what I've heard.
It's going to be wild if Israel-Hamas is what cost Joe the election. Never thought I would see that coming in a million years.
I think it's a combination of failure. Failure on every front. And quite frankly, I don't care how old he is, he's a failure. His policies failed us. And we suffer.
I like that. He's a failure. Don Stensland come out, boom, right in the chin.
Jill, while his wife, Jill Biden, was at a U2 concert. I believe this was I think they're doing a residency in Las Vegas.
My wife's a Philly girl.
I'm sure Phil can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe they're doing a residency at the Sphere in Las Vegas. And apparently, Jill Biden was in the crowd. So Bono, in his smugness, God, I hate Bono.
Really?
Oh, God, let me just say.
What do you hate about him?
He's just like, he's too involved. Like, he's too long-winded. He gets up there and makes speeches. Just play the songs.
You don't like preachiness?
Play the Joshua Tree in its entirety and shut up.
Okay.
Honestly, like, I don't care about your causes.
Okay.
I just want to hear.
So you want him to stay in his lane.
And quite frankly, U2, a little overrated. U2's a little overrated as a band. Joshua Tree's a great album.
I mean, I like a few songs, but
I don't know if I would say they've had many great songs after that.
So it's not in your Mount Rushmore.
No.
Not in your top 10.
Not even close.
Okay.
So last night he dedicated their song "All I Want Is You" to all the great women in our lives, and special guest Joe Biden. This is cut. What cut are we at here? 16, Phil. Go.
In this case, which is pretty arrogant, I suppose, but that was a trick for me to get to the lyric I was playing on myself. So tonight I want to dedicate it to all the great women in our lives. Our partners, our mothers.
See what I mean?
Our daughters.
Yeah, land the plane.
All the women on the U2 crew. All the great women in our audience that we feel we know.
When did he visually morph into Robin Williams?
I don't know. What is happening? Why is this?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Did you say Joe Biden comes out, or he?
No, Jill.
Or Jill, I mean.
What, I don't know what's happening here. This
system went
this
down.
Thing completely froze.
The audio crashed.
Anyway, sorry. He
That's all right.
He dedicated it to all the great women in the world and Jill Biden. And for whatever reason,
did you
is
see?
Not playing anymore.
Did you see that Jill came out and took some swipes at of Trump over the weekend?
Yep, she's the new attack dog.
She is.
Yep.
Now you think about it. You've got Kamala on the abortion tour. You've got Jill getting on her little soapbox and going after Trump. This is all hands on deck for females. We heard, remember the beginning of the year that Hillary Clinton was going to be involved in some dinners coming up. So they're trotting out every female with a score to settle with Trump.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where our new poll just went up, is U2 overrated? Right now, 76% say yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, are they good historically when you look at their entire body of work? But are they elite? Like, are they? Where would you say if
they had maybe 2 good albums? Maybe 2 good albums. Joshua Tree is a great album. It's a great album.
Okay.
Other than that,
I
don't know.
You're the music expert.
I don't know. I like Bono and his yakking. And
I know, but so what? I mean, of all the things.
Yeah, he's a pretentious.
Bono's giving love to women. Jason Kelsey's giving love to fathers.
Well, there's no comparison between those two.
Bono. Just thinks he's so important.
Yeah.
His dumb sunglasses and his terrible concert.
I just pulled up Rolling Stone back when they actually talked about music, and they ranked the top 50 U2 songs. I'm going to have to go through this when I get home today. See if I can find more than...
they're not... I mean...
So you said they only have 2 good songs?
Yeah.
Or
2 good albums. 2 good albums.
Okay, I missed...
2 good albums.
Okay.
They extended their one-hit wonder career 45 years.
Yeah?
They should have stopped in 87.
Jeez. So I'm guessing you don't like Beautiful Day?
No. Oh, a terrible song.
That came out, like 2000-ish?
2001. Yeah, some terrible song.
So you were long out of the U2 thing.
I was never in the U2 thing.
Okay.
I feel like
But you acknowledged, at least in the 80s, that was their prime.
Yeah, if they had a prime.
Boy.
Again,
Tough critic.
87 to 89.
Phil, are you taking notes? You might want to book Greg on the show tomorrow night. You guys can chop it up for about 30 minutes.
All right, we have to break.
All right, yes, we do. All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter today, and also, speaking of music, today in music history. But first, men, I don't know, maybe your prime is history, and you're just not what you used to be. There's nothing wrong with that. It's biology, it's science, it's Father Time. Father Time's undefeated. It's even taken out Tom Brady. It takes out the best of us. But I have the solution. If you need that added spark in the bedroom, BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. You got to use the promo code if you want the great offer. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. The great people at Blue Chew, they offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Free is great. That's right, free. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. All you do is pay the $5 for shipping and handling when you use the promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com. And now, Blue Chew comes in a mint-flavored chewable. How about that? Even your breath will smell great with the same active ingredient as Levitra. Stay fresh with Blue Chew. Confidence plus performance. It comes standard with Blue Chew. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm. All because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Spring Mill Manor, Tuesday, March 19th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 1 million families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the two of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud.
We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and The Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage.
That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection, so we're offering 50% off.
Visit legacybox.com/value to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/value to save 50%. legacybox.com/value.
Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get ready for spring weather with njdiet.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:51, Tuesday morning, Super Tuesday, primary day across this great land. And we find out what's coming up on the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock this morning.
We have a lot breaking, a lot developing today. So right at 10 o'clock, everything hits the fan, right? So we'll have all of it for you and break that down. We're going to have some great guests today, so I'll just headline those. And I'll go backwards. In other words, we're going to talk to a top election attorney who's a real expert here. This Linda Kearns is going to talk to us. And remember, she worked under Trump, Linda Kearns. So she's going to break down her latest from the Delaware Valley Journal and talk to us about Pennsylvania. You know, some sites are saying Pennsylvania does not require ID to vote. So we'll look into that. What do they mean when they report that? Pennsylvania does not require ID. What are they referring to, and how does that impact us? So we'll answer that one. Coming up at 11, it'll be Beth Ann Rossica. So we'll look at education and take that look at about 11:05, and then closer in about 10 minutes from now, Julie Bauke will join us. Women in age discrimination. College grads, what's the latest job report? What degrees are leading as far as bringing forth the most salaries, and what are the most popular degrees? And then leading into freelance working, Gen Z, ghosting job interviews, what's going on with that? So we'll take a closer look coming up on The Dawn Show.
I'm assuming radio is the highest paying profession you can have.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's coming up in just about 7 minutes with The Dawn Show. It was today. Now we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 5th, we celebrate the birthday of Annie Gibb of the Bee Gees. And we also lost Gary Rossington of Leonard Skinner a year ago today. Two notable singles from today include Man in the Corner by Genesis, released in 82, and For Your Love by the Yardbirds in 65. Three notable albums include Thunder's debut Backstreet Symphony from 89, Howard Jones's debut from 84, and Saxon's The Inner Sanctum, released in 2007. And by the way, they're at the Keswick May 8th. Also on this day in 83, Metallica played their first show with Cliff Burton. The Beatles recorded From Me to You in 63, and in 2002, MTV launched a new reality show that I was addicted to called The Osbournes. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, Philip, thank you very much as we wrap up a Tuesday with a unique spin on Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Unmoderated content wins Twitter, and this is a visual. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT real fast. Do you guys know the Vijay Day kiss in Times Square with the historic sailor kissing the woman?
Used to be one of my old dentists back in the day had that framed in the waiting room.
So apparently, the Department of Veterans Affairs just banned the Vijay Day kiss photo from all department facilities to promote a culture of inclusivity and awareness. Your cooperation is vital, is what is what the photo says, I guess, because that historic photo, which happened on August 14th, 1945, has been removed.
Imagine coming home and defending your nation and kissing a beautiful woman in Times Square, and 100 years
It's
later,
unbelievable.
somebody's ticked off about it.
It's unbelievable to me.
Yes, it is.
This photo is not inclusive enough because I guess, it's a guy kissing a gal.
Yeah. What should he have done? Asked her what her pronouns were first? Did they have pronouns in the 40s?
Can we just wave the white flag, please?
Yeah. You know what? I value exclusivity. I don't want to be bothered by any of you deranged lunatics. Leave me alone and stay off social media. Tired of all of you.
Unbelievable.
What else are we going to get rid of? What else? What else can we get rid of?
This show, so we can make way for Dawn.
Thank God. All right, the Dawn Show's coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. We will talk about Trump rolling to victory in all likelihood tomorrow. And as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, Italia, my favorite destination in the world.